The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Kings and queens have been crowned at the American Cup in St. Louis. With the champions bracket settled, contenders set out to conquer the elimination bracket for the right to challenge for the 2025 title. Tatev Abrahamyan took an early lead, winning with black, which turned out to be insurmountable for her opponent, denying the two-time champ a fourth consecutive finals appearance. In the Open, Fabiano Caruana bested last year's winner Levon Aronian in a dramatic playoff. Both contenders face an uphill climb against a player who knocked them out. Can they dethrone them? Day 8 of Amazing Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 8 of the 2025 American Cup held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the playing hall as we are waiting for our grand finalists to come here and compete for the grand title. It's all coming down to this final couple of days of championship rounds. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
After some surprises and a lot of fighting chess, we are down to the final round. The winners of the 2025 American Cup are about to be decided. Live action from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Hello everyone, I am Woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Katerina?
Hey.
Yasser? Good to see you guys.
Wonderful. We are in the grand finals. Hello everyone. Thank you for joining our show. Yes, we're in the grand finals. In the open section, well, predicted number 1 and number 2. What a matchup we have in store for you there between Hikaru and Fabi. But it's party crasher Tatev Abrahamyan in the women's final. This is the first time.
Going to see Alice Lee in a crash final.
Like, what happened? What happened? So, buckle up. We're ready for the grand finals. You have prepared a special bracket for us.
Yes, let's take a look.
Tell us.
We will start with the women's bracket. And here we see Alice Lee. She won the women's final bracket. She is the champion and she was able to earn the champion's bonus. But Tatev Abrahamyan, after she was dropped to the elimination bracket, here we go, she was able to defeat Irina Krush 2-0 in the rapid match. And now Tatev Abrahamyan is the finalist of the elimination bracket, and here we go, we have the grand finals.
I like the way you did that. Do it for the open section.
In the open section, here we had the final Hikaru Nakamura, who won against Fabiano Caruana, and he became the champion of the open section, and he won the champion's bonus $15,000. But Fabiano Caruana, after he was dropped to the elimination bracket, he faced once again Levon Aronian, and once again he was able to defeat him, and he became the finalist of the elimination bracket. And that's why he's gonna challenge Hikaru Nakamura again for the grand finals.
Tell us about the format for these grand finals.
So this American Cup is a very unique system. It's an 8-player double elimination bracket style tournament. There are no draw offers allowed in any of the games. And now we are back in the champions bracket. Players are gonna play a match, 2 classical games, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. And if there will be a tie, we will see Blitz playoff and then potentially an Armageddon. And if Hikaru or Alice loses this match, they go to the rapid grand finals. They have this extra life because that would relegate them to the elimination bracket. This means they have a rematch, 2 rapid games and the same playoffs.
Our schedule, Kate.
Today it's day 8. Then we have only 2 more days of chess. But specifically today, we're gonna be only focused on the champions bracket. Everything was decided in the elimination bracket, and we will see only 1 classical game, the first game of the match.
Thank you, Kate. And drill down for us once again and tell our viewers how the players got to this exalted position.
Absolutely,
of grand finalists.
absolutely. We have the best players that we've had here in St. Louis for the past week and a half, and let's see how they climbed through the rankings. We're going to start with the ladies section, and with one player in particular. We're going to start with Tatev Abrahamyan. Take a look at that. She defeated Anna Zatansky in the first round. After that, in the second round, an incredible match against the top seed of the event, Carissa Ip. And after that, in the finals of that one, she met Alice Lee, who a lot of players and a lot of people, pundits as well, were considering as one of the top favorites to win this event. She had a very tense match, lost the first game, almost won the second one, but unfortunately for her, she couldn't defeat Alice Lee, and she got relegated to the elimination bracket, where she met one Irina Krush, who just defeated Nazi Paikidze, and she defeated her swiftly. I have to say, she didn't give Irina a single chance. And right now, once again, she's punching her tickets to the finals, where she will be meeting Alice Lee. That's where we are. Take a look at Alice Lee, how she got to where she is. Alice Lee against Nazi Paikidze in the first round, relegated her to the elimination bracket. After that, a big clash against Irina Krush.
Yes.
We've seen this matchup so many times, and it was the first time that Alice Lee from the champions bracket defeated Irina Krush. Moved on to the champions bracket finals, where she defeated Tatev Abrahamyan. And finally, let's take a look at the head-to-head that we have right now going into the grand finals. 5 wins for Alice Lee, 2 losses, and 4 draws. Definitely a very, very difficult task for Tatev Abrahamyan, who will have to win consecutive matches against Alice Lee if she wants to win the American Cup. And let's see what's happening in the open section. We're going to start with Fabiano Caruana, who, take a look at that, he defeated Ray Robson in the first match. Ray always said, hey, Fabi is a very difficult opponent for me. It was a very difficult match for Ray Robson in this one. Moved on to defeat Levon Aronian as well, relegated him to the elimination bracket. And after that, we met in the finals, number 1 versus number 2 players in this competition against Hikaru Nakamura, but Hikaru Nakamura bested Fabiano in that one. In the elimination bracket, once again, Fabiano met Levon Aronian, and he defeated him yesterday. What a match that was, back and forth. And of course, the champion of our champions bracket, that is Hikaru Nakamura. Let's see how he got to where he is. This was, I have to say,
his first round.
The most difficult match for him was in the first round against Abhimanyu Mishra. He was just a few moves away from being relegated to the elimination bracket. Somehow, by some dark magic, managed to defeat Abhimanyu Mishra. Moved on to defeat Lenier Dominguez as well in the second round. That one was pretty handily, I have to say, with the black pieces in that Italian. Very well played by Hikaru Nakamura. And moved on to the champions bracket finals, where he defeated Fabiano Caruana in that very tense blitz encounter. Right now, these 2 players will be meeting head-to-head in the grand finals, with Hikaru entering this one with an extra life. Let's take a look at the head-to-head of these 2 players. And they've played so many times against each other. 10 wins for Hikaru, 8 losses, and 38 draws. That's a lot of draws. And in Classical, Hikaru has the only decisive result of this event so far, where he defeated Lenier Dominguez in the open section. As black. So I'm looking forward to see how this one will play out today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian. In fact, Kate, tell us the colors of the players and the probabilities of their success.
Let's take a look. So we will actually look at both of the players. Hikaru Nakamura is going to start with white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. In the first game, he has 22.9 chances to win the game. We see a lot of draw chances here, because these players made a lot of draws against each other. 60.9%, and Fabi winning 16.2%. Now we see the statistics in the second game different, because they are gonna reverse colors. Fabiano Caruana is gonna have white, and Hikaru will have white. Now in the women's section, Alice Lee starting with white pieces, 41.1% to win the game. She is gonna try to push and and win here. So then later when she has black pieces, she can go only for a draw. But Tatev Abrahamyan, this is statistics, but Tatev, she defeated yesterday Irina Krush, and she is bringing a lot of force to fight Alice Lee back.
As we get ready for the start, we're at the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the players are seated. Hikaru with the white pieces. And these players, as you just shown from their head-to-head, they know each other so well. They're not looking to surprise each other on move 1 or 2 or 3. They're looking to take the game into some side variation where hopefully they catch their opponent unawares.
Hikaru had a very fun interview with Eric Rosen a couple of days ago where he said he's going to enjoy his rest day, find his favorite restaurants. Well, we in fact found each other at dinner last night.
No way!
I was with Fabi and his second in this competition, and Hikaru was also there with his family and his second.
Chris Littlejohn.
Yes. I'm not going to tell you the name of the restaurant.
No, I mean, that's all we get is a partial.
Look, we cannot say where these players are hanging out, you know.
Well, if you
they have a lot of fans around St. Louis.
If you were to pick a favorite restaurant out of the many restaurants in St. Louis.
There's Alice Lee as well.
And
meeting Tatev Abrahamyan, not for the first time.
No,
this competition.
They know each other through their U.S. Women's Championships.
And here we go, after the races.
And for Tatev, I mean, she must be feeling on cloud 9 because she came through some of the most difficult days that a chess grandmaster possibly can.
Yes, she had the white pieces she needed to win, and she had great chances to do that, but then she only
slipped,
allowed a draw. And then she was eliminated from the champions bracket. So now she has a chance to come back. But Alice Lee yesterday, she had a rest day.
Yes.
She had the time to recharge, to rest, and to prepare for Tatev.
Now, you say that, but from Tatev's perspective, she had a chance to defeat a very difficult opponent for her, Irina Krush. And right now, she's riding high, and knight f3, d5, an invitation to the Catalan. We've been seeing, I think it was Bogo Indians from Irina Krush, but the Catalan
loves the Catalan. Yes,
has become
and she plays it. She plays it very well. She has some good coaches that help her with very specific openings, and one of them being the Catalan. Now, I'm not 100% sure whether we're going to see that because I have a feeling we've seen something else in recent times from Alice Lee, like knight to c3, or perhaps even bishop to g5.
Rosen or
yes. So let's see. I'm curious whether she's going to continue with the Catalan.
Exactly.
This one. Should we check what's happening in the Open as well?
Knight c3.
Knight c3.
You guessed.
Yes,
there was a little twist.
I remember her recently playing knight c3 more than the Catalan.
Right.
Yes.
There's only one thing that really bothered me about knight c3 in this exact position.
Well, is there a goes in?
It was c7, c6.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
c7,
not considered
c6.
to be...
The Slav, but a very specific moment because according to modern chess theory today, you have to play bishop g5. And you could get yourself into a Botvinnik pawn sacrifice.
Yeah.
And if you weren't prepared, forget about it. You're just going to lose the game. Now, that meant devoting, 6 months
time is the problem.
of my life.
It's too much time.
And I ended up kind of backing off and playing a little bit, I want to say, a softer way with CD5.
Yeah.
And
nowadays,
I didn't get much of an advantage.
Very much C5 is a huge problem.
Yeah.
At this point,
C7,
C5,
C5.
and boom, boom, boom. By the novel theory is just like saying that black with perfect play, and the best players usually know the perfect play is going to equalize, and also the Rogozin with bishop to b4, extremely difficult to combat. Knight to d7 is a very...
That's a page out of my book. I played this my whole career, okay? Bishop, again, an invitation to the Queen's Gambit decline, cd5, ed5, bishop g5. And it basically says to white, look, if you're going to play g3, I might snap this pawn, and be careful, it's not going to be that easy for you to win the pawn back. And if you don't play, if you play a move like bishop f4, well then after captures, we may end up being in a Queen's Gambit accepted, where maybe the bishop on f4 isn't the best square. Maybe bishop g5 is more effective. We'll keep an eye on this. Whoa, do we have...
A Catalan.
Another Catalan?
Yes. We do have a Catalan.
Oh my.
On the championship round in the Open finals. And
Well, let's see how they got here.
after A6, I believe this is something that we've seen in the previous match as well. Or was it knight to C6? Perhaps it was knight to C6.
Yeah.
I think it was something along the lines of knight to C6. I want to say queen to A4.
Then they go like
A6, queen takes C4. Was it like this? No. It was bishop to B4.
Bishop
okay.
B4 check.
Bishop B4, bishop here. Yes. Now I'm starting to remember.
Castles.
Ace, castles,
And it was
take, A6, bishop to C3, B5.
B5, yeah.
That was the trick. Yes, B5, and then of course queen to D3. But he played queen takes C6 and
that
made
was
a
the draw in the
Yes.
first
Bishop
match
E7.
game.
That was the first match. So right now Hikaru is coming up with new ideas. Castle, knight to C6, knight to D2, B5 and B3.
Knight. So we're hanging D4.
Yes, which is the main line.
Okay.
It is the main line. But apparently after knight takes C4, knight takes F3, and even this trade, it seems like white has an edge. Bishop to F4 is coming very quickly, and you don't have a way to get your bad bishop out as quickly, right? You're not going to be able to go C6. C6 would allow knight to B6,
No,
game
I
over,
don't like
right?
that.
Pretty much. And if you don't do that, then bishop F4 is coming. So knight to D2, knight takes D4 is one of the main lines, but B5 is another way to combat this. And B3, you can, I'm not saying you should, but you can get the exchange with knight to E5. Knight takes E5, bishop to A8, queen takes D4.
So that's 2 pawns.
2 pawns, yes. One of them, of course, well, it's doubled, but the pawn on C4 and the pawn structure in general is very limited to white's pieces. This knight is not going to B3. If you go to F3, well, first of all, you have to bring the bishop back. And this is going to be a very dangerous majority that black has on this side, especially with the pawn already so established on C4. Very interesting line. And Hikaru, after a little bit of a think, he plays the move B3. And I don't think we have a move.
Is that
Yes, B3 is the main
standard?
line. B3 is the main line in this one.
So we play C3, right? We give it
Yes.
up, so you have to waste time with your knight.
Yes. Very typical. You go back to B1, B4, A3. You need to do A3 fast, otherwise.
Yeah. A5.
Give me one more move. I mean, let's say something like bishop to F4, A5, A3, and now I just simply
Rook
defend
B8, yeah.
my rook on A8. That's it. This pawn survives.
Right.
If the pawn on C3 survives, you're in big trouble.
Right.
So you're going to try not to allow it to survive after B4, A3, A5, obviously, you just simply take. So this is the position. We'll see. We'll see how he chooses to continue. Fabiano, that is, he's thinking right now. Rook to B8 seems to be a move as well, just simply giving up the bishop, the pawn on C4 quickly. C takes B3 as well. A lot of opportunities right now for both players. This one is going to be a tense game. And it does seem like both of these players, especially right now, Hikaru, in the attic, right there, trying to perhaps remember what he looked at, remember his theory.
So what happens if black captures on D4?
A8. Oh, no, it's A8.
Because
It's
your
not
rook is
hanging.
also going to
Right
be
now.
hanging.
Right.
Right now might be a problem.
Knight
Yes,
takes.
knight to E5 seems to be a
So you're
big
not going to
problem.
take the knight?
I'm not going to take the knight, no. I can, by the way. I can take the knight as well. And even this seems to be very unpleasant for you. Queen takes D1, knight F6. We go into this endgame. Yeah, this is bad, in fact. Bishop C6, king E7 is a forced move.
Mate.
It's not
Oh,
mate.
it's not
It's
mate,
not
yeah.
mate.
3 maybe?
You're barely surviving.
You take on C4. And you
Barely
can't-
surviving.
Yeah, you can't recapture.
But I can go bishop F4, I can go bishop to E3. Now I'm threatening mate
Right.
on C5, so you're in trouble in
No.
this position.
Normally we would like to trade when we have 2 extra pawns, but
Not in this case.
not in the center.
Not in this case, yeah.
Right.
But this one, it's a very sharp game already.
Yeah.
And this is only move, what? Move 8?
Yeah.
Very sharp situation.
Thank you, Cristian. As we see a very lonely player as Fabi all by himself. No Hikaru in sight. Oh, on the other side.
Oh,
Hikaru is sitting at another board.
I'm telling you, he's trying to remember his preparation. He knows that this is a risky decision that he made
For sure.
alongside his second. But
Yeah.
you know, if he manages to somehow bamboozle Fabiano out of his opening preparation, we know how strong Fabiano is in the opening phase, especially. Well, if he manages to do that,
He has the edge.
There was a funny moment, a geometrical moment that caught my eye when Cristian was analyzing. How come it's not going backwards? That is funny. Okay, I'm going to hit this, go back. There we go. What caught my eye is just this funny tactical note. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes a8, queen takes d4. We talked about the majority, but for a lot of our viewers, they may say, well, look, you've got, 2 pawns for the exchange, but after the move knight f3, I'm doing really rather well. Queen takes, rook takes, and I'll play bishop f4. The king is still stuck in the center, but there's this funny geometrical move. Queen a7,
trapping the bishop.
And this is a different story. This is 2 pawns. The light squared bishop.
There's going to be a battery on that diagonal.
And yeah, who's played the move g3? The bishop is going to come here, and as you just said, there's going to be a battery on this long diagonal. But I just thought it was the move queen a7 caught my eye. That was rather a cute move.
Fabi just played c3.
b2, b3. On the other hand, this is a very serious challenge. Okay, I go c3.
You have to go to b1.
No other square. Now, just as we know, if you don't get rid of this pawn, it's not that my knight is just stuck for the rest of the game, but the whole queen side is basically immobilized. So we have to play a3. And Cristian didn't go deeper into the line, but just tell me how it would go, Kate.
So first of all, we don't have a5, right? That's
right.
kind of important. If we go a5 thinking, okay, we are just connecting the pawns. Once white captures on the b4, we cannot recapture with the pawn. That rook is hanging.
Oops. We'd have to recapture with the bishop, which is why I moved the rook in the first place. Also, just to kind of get off of the diagonal. So I play rook b8. Now I'm threatening strategically huge threat.
That is why white captures.
Right. We recapture.
Bishop probably, right?
Okay. Now, exactly, at some moment, we're going to have to go queen c2, right? As a way of... Because one of the things we don't want to do, we'd love for you to take the bishop, but I'm never going to do that. We don't want to straighten out these pawns.
We can also choose queen d3.
Queen to d3, okay. I think that's an interesting move. Now, again, I'm feeling that there's a big fight over the pawn on c3. So I was just having this, I'm wrestling with myself. Like, can I essay a move like e5, trying to, like if you take my pawn, I wanted to trade queens and say...
That pawn is going to survive on c3, right?
Exactly. If you take this one, then I could take this one, and still for the moment, okay, if I can castle... I don't know. We're going to ask Cristian. Cristian, develop the line for us a little bit further. We've just seen c3. We're expecting knight b1. We're expecting b4, rook b8. And do we play queen d3 here? What do we play as white? Do we play e3? I just didn't know.
Queen to d3 seems to be
the main move?
Yes. Trying to go for that pawn as fast as possible. And then, of course,
e5.
We have ideas of e5. Again, it seems to be a very deep line.
Very deep.
Knight takes c6, knight takes e5, d takes e5 is an option as well.
What about bishop g5?
At what point?
I take a pawn.
Then you take with the pawn.
Right.
At what point? Bishop to g5?
No, that's probably just giving up a pawn. After
e5?
Yes, now?
Yeah.
No, e4 might be a problem.
Because after e4, I have queen c4.
Queen to c4 and queen to d5, game over.
Wow.
I know, it doesn't look like game over,
That's
but
nasty.
c2 is really coming in the position.
That's nasty.
It's really bad.
Okay.
It's crazy how completely losing is this. But you have two knights. Well, this other knight is going to get attacked by c2.
Knight takes d4 on black's agenda as well.
It's over. It's completely over.
Amazing.
Wow.
Just
So not bishop to g5.
So after e5,
Recapture, right?
Knight takes c3 seems to be the best.
Okay.
E takes d4.
Right. That one.
Knight. Now you have once again so many options. Knight to e4, knight a2, knight a4 as well. Which one would you like to go for?
I don't know. What's the
Let's see in terms of
theory,
openings.
the opening
well,
theory?
knight e4 and knight to a4, both of them were played quite a few times. Yes, first of all, knight to b1 was already played, so we will be going towards this line. Knight to e4, castle,
Right.
Bishop to b2. I'm gunning for that pawn on d4. Take.
Take.
I need to simplify the position as black.
Right.
Rook to b6. Do you take on d4?
Rook fd1.
I'm looking at rook.
Or do you go rook fd1 first?
Rook e8 as a tempo.
I don't need to use it.
Okay.
I can just go this, bishop to e6.
Okay, knight takes d4.
Yeah, knight takes d4.
Starts to look very nice for white now. No, with
mean,
bishop. What if I take with bishop?
It's
I want
equal
some
pawns.
discover
I
attacks.
think I have rook to d6,
Or
right?
d6.
Yeah, rook to d6.
Saves
I don't have a
the day.
lot of weaknesses, right? If I don't get checkmated on this side, on the g7 square, which is pretty much the only place where I can get in trouble on, then I should be fine. You might at some point get one of my weaknesses, either c7 or a6, but I should be able to capture the pawn on b3 as well.
It seems to me that the players are
They're blitzing out,
going,
right?
into precisely this line. Thank you.
This is the
Christian.
position right now. And again,
A3.
Fabi knows this position, but he's trying to remember.
Right.
Because you miss one move, you get yourself in trouble. We've
Exactly.
seen that already.
Let's jump over to the game in the ladies section because we just had, whoa. Very, very sharp move here. Knight d7, Alice decided that she didn't want to capture on a d5 and she chose the move bishop f4. Tatev says, okay, let's see how you're going to recover this pawn. Pawn takes, e2, e3. Now, in this exact moment as white, you might find yourself tempted. I know, as a kid, I'd
Knight
certainly...
b5.
Yes, I'd certainly find myself tempted to go smashing in on the c7 square. But once you see moves like knight d5, not only defending the pawn on c7, attacking the bishop, as well as bishop b4 check, you cool your jets. You go, okay. I can't play knight b5.
Sometimes you can even try after knight b5.
Yes.
Does it work now? If I go knight e4, with the idea that I'm going to allow you to capture
Munch.
on c7,
I'm so excited. Check.
queen captures, and now I go bishop b4.
You're no fun. You're no fun.
So now you have to block with the knight.
And you can win the queen back right away with bishop takes. Yep. That is a good line for black. Going back to the current position, after captures, Alice says, you know what? I'm going to play e3. I'm going to keep my knight, and I'm about to play bishop takes. And this is the shock. Wait a minute, I was just thinking of playing knight b5. Now you're trying to encourage me to do it, and you're offering me a pawn as well. Why is she doing that?
So knight takes a5,
Knight takes b5.
bishop b4.
More or less the only move, right? Bishop b4 check. Now,
If you move back on knight c3,
yeah,
do I play knight d5 now?
knight d5 is a move, absolutely, because you're threatening to capture twice. And if I defend the knight, you are welcome to capture the bishop.
Also, I may just try to defend that pawn on c4 at one moment. Knight b6 and castle, bishop a6, and the material is equal.
Exactly. And you're getting squares for your pieces. Let's see if I can't discourage you. Knight takes b5, bishop b4 check. Now, you know I love to play knight takes c7, but this is a very awkward pin, so I'll block it the other way. Knight d2. Now, what do you do to put pressure? Again, I'm eyeballing the opportunity to play bishop c4 as well as knight takes c7 check.
So I go knight d5 again.
Knight d5 or knight e4? You've got two choices. Knight d5 again, I'll take a pawn. Yay. Now I'm not a...
I take your bishop.
Yay. And what do we have? Probably,
This is very good for white.
This is very good.
Very good for white, yes.
Probably I should be better because Yeah. Okay. So I think you have to play knight e4. Knight e4. Now, unfortunately, I'm not defending. I have to drop back.
I actually played this game in
You did?
New York
Well, jump
at the
in.
Rapid and Blitz
Tell us the
against
story.
Brewington Hardaway. And I played
Brew.
knight c3, yes,
Yes?
instead of knight d2. Maybe you can see it on your board. After
Okay.
bishop b4, he did play the move bishop to b4. I played knight c3.
You didn't play knight d2.
No, I played knight c3. And at this point, he played knight b6, which is a huge mistake
You take the
because I
pawn.
just take the pawn on c4.
Thank you very much.
And
because-
that's what happens. And then I went on to win a fairly easy game because you just simply don't get anything in return.
No.
Absolutely no compensation.
There is this
No.
strong double attack.
In fact, I might have the pawn and the compensation
As well, yeah.
in this position. So yeah, it was a pretty unfortunate, but this is how things can go wrong for black if you don't pay
Right.
attention to that pawn on c4. Now,
Right.
in terms of opening preparation, let's take a look. After knight to c3, yes, knight to d5 seems to be, and in fact, the only move in the position.
Right.
What do you do right now? How do you handle this one?
We were looking at rook c1.
I think that's what I would have played also, rook to c1, because I was expecting knight to d5. I would have played this move, and now you defend. Now with the knight on d5, obviously the bishop on b4 is protected.
Right.
You cannot take on c4.
That's
right?
a piece.
Because
Bishop
that's a
d-
piece. Bishop d7, bishop on b4 is protected. So this is what we're looking at. Knight takes b5 was played. I'm a bit surprised that Tatev is thinking, because this is one of the main lines in the
Right.
position. And a way for white to, let's say, not risk as much into the lines with e4, which are much more combative, right? With e3, you're staying a little bit more cagey in the position. And by the way, b5 is not the only move. Back in the days, I really thought knight b6 was the move.
Yeah,
And then we were getting into these lines, take,
Yeah.
queen a4, and queen takes c4, and this type of position, which apparently gives white a little bit of an edge. So
Yes,
perhaps that's why they're not playing it anymore.
The current position, if you don't mind, I agree that after bishop b4 check, knight c3 is...
You're thinking about knight d2,
Yeah,
right?
if you don't mind.
Yeah, knight d5.
Anyway, bishop takes c4.
Bishop takes c4. Now I take. And knight b6.
Feeling the magic fingers there. I guess I have to drop back.
Yeah, it feels
Where?
like the pawn
To-
structure is damaged.
Where
black
do
is
you go?
gonna castle.
Where do you go is the big question, right?
That is a good question. Okay, rook c1. Rook c1. I'm setting up a cheapo.
c6, yes. Now you have to go to...
You were supposed to play a6, by the way.
Okay, tell me. What's the idea? What's the cheapo?
Queen f3 or
Knight takes.
knight a7.
Very nice,
That was
of
it.
course,
But
of
c7,
course.
c6. Okay, just continue the line for a second. Knight c3, and then you just take the pawn back, huh? On queen d4.
Yes, queen takes d4. And in fact, I'm the one with the advantage
Fair.
right now.
Absolutely.
Queen to f3. I might even give you that that pawn with short castle.
Yeah.
Short castle is perfectly fine. Bishop b7 to defend that
No
one.
problem.
I have absolutely no problems as black. in
Okay.
this position.
So knight takes b5, bishop b4 check on the board, and it would appear as Alice is judging which gives her the best chance.
Which knight is going to
Knight
block
to
the
d2,
check?
knight to c3, absolutely. Again, I mean, you think about the moves king e2 only because you're mesmerized by your own threats of knight takes d5, knight takes c7, but knight d5 defend after king e2, question mark. Knight d5 not only defends, but also attacks and just puts the kibosh on this whole attack. That's why white is required to block the check with a knight retreat, knight c3 or knight d2.
So maybe let's go back now to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, because we have some developments. Fabi did not play rook b8, a3 happened, no rook b8, bishop b7, guarding that rook and saying, now I want to play a5.
Absolutely. So we would have thought that captures was an automatic, except in this particular case, takes, because I've already put the bishop on this diagonal, I think white's initiative is neutralized by a very surprise move. c2.
Okay, queen captures.
Now I play knight takes, and I've done it with tempo. In other words, I've neutralized the long diagonal. All I need to equalize the game is to play c7, c5. And we see, because I'm gaining time to do that. I think this is a very clever way of equalizing. So that was why after bishop b7, Hikaru did not capture on b4. He played knight e5.
Putting pressure on that knight because there is
Oops,
a
sorry.
pin.
That was I was supposed to be a refresh. Knight e5, and as you just said, putting pressure on the long diagonal just before you could play c. But wait, can't I play c2 again?
You can.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought that usually in this situation we want to block that diagonal, knight d5.
It's a move. C2 is definitely a move.
Well, the whole point is I would, when I play the move knight d5, Kate, what I'm doing is, just as you said, I'm blocking the diagonal. But even better than blocking the diagonal would be to trade bishops. Then I don't have to worry about the diagonal at all.
I'm just worried you're opening up the center and your king is still in the center. So if I go queen c4 now?
I will take your bishop with gusto, glee, joy, and happiness.
King captures.
And
Oh no, now you're going to try to trade queens.
check. E2 is hanging, B3 is hanging.
And I'm not going to keep those queens for attacking.
I think what's happening here, and it's really kind of a funny thing. Sometimes there's a surprise move in dragons, and a surprise move in Catalans is white sometimes plays bishop takes c6, doubles up. Now in this particular case, I've given up the pressure on the diagonal for positional pressure on the square. It's weird. I'm not sure I would make a very good argument.
I can go bishop e4 with the tempo.
Ooh, much better, far superior. No, I don't get it. So c2 is a move. C2 is a legit move. How does Hikaru get an advantage against
Bishop
c2?
takes c6. You have to take on c6 with the
You
bishop.
do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. But you're giving up your pride and joy.
You are. Yes. Bishop takes c6. Bishop
And
takes
Kate
c6.
just hit me with a
Queen takes c2.
nasty move, bishop e4.
Bishop to e4. Yes.
She's
and now
a very
queen to
mean
c4.
person.
Okay. Keep playing. That's fine. The thing is, I do give up my pride and joy. I understand
Yeah.
that. But you do have some problems dealing with f3, first of all, covering up this whole diagonal, but also your weaknesses. And you still have a couple of moves to go until you finish your development. Bishop e7, bishop d6, castle. Once you do that, you're going to be fine. But you might be a pawn down at the end of it before you manage to do that.
How does the engine assess this position? Because my assessment would be better for black.
No, it's better for white.
Really?
It is better for white. And perhaps this is something that he's looking for. Perhaps this is
Okay.
something that Hikaru is looking for.
Black has the two bishops.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, it's all about you're going
some
to lose a pawn.
weakness on the queen side, a little bit, but
Yes.
it's not.
So if we go bishop e7, we just want to castle.
Bishop e7.
e7,
Then I take.
castle.
That's another pawn.
Why are we
I think I'm going to take that.
Why are we sacrificing pawns?
Actually, I'm
on the
not going
good
to
one?
take that. I'm going to defend this pawn.
You're very generous.
I have a pawn up right now. I'm
Let's
happy.
go back. Let's
I'm
go
very
back.
happy.
I don't want to sacrifice the pawn. C2, munch, bishop, queen. I want to see bishop to d5. I like bishop to
Yes.
d5.
Yes.
And I want to see c5.
C5.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Bishop b2.
Bishop b2.
By the
Not
way,
that easy.
one thing, Cristian, is this a
Take on
silent
d4?
draw offer? If I go bishop e4, you're going to go queen c4?
No. I'm not
Silent draw.
I'm not giving you any silent draw offers.
No sound of silence going on here.
None of that.
Okay.
And Hikaru is not looking for a quick draw anymore.
c5.
Right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll continue.
And just continue, huh? Okay.
It's not a huge advantage by any
No.
means. I mean, don't get me wrong. This
Right. Well,
Catalan
no. I mean, it's not like black
is
did
not a
anything
big
wrong.
advantage. It's not a big advantage.
Okay.
But it is a slight advantage. Take. If you try to continue with bishop e7, very natural play, then I take, right?
Yeah.
If you do take, you're going to lose a tempo no matter what you do, right?
Right.
If you want to maintain material balance. If you
Okay.
take, now I take, and my knight is coming to c4.
I'll take on
followed by knight
a3.
d6.
You'll take on a3. We have bishops of opposite color.
Oh, this is
castles.
actually bad. This is really bad.
Bad?
First of all, you have to worry about tactics.
Tactics.
Knight takes f7, bishop takes f6. You lose the bishop on e4, you're a pawn down.
Good point.
So there's always some tactics. And in fact, I was looking through the lines. The main move is knight d5.
What Kate described as a common move.
And I'm trying to understand what his idea is, what Hikaru's idea is. Take, take.
Okay.
I think what he wants to do is queen to c2 right now. You need to stop me from attacking your knight, because otherwise I go e4, I take on c3, I have a good position.
Okay, f5.
You have to go f5.
I'm up on up.
And I believe he wants to go bishop b2.
Whoa.
Yes. It's
C6
very
is hanging, right?
it's very forced.
tricky.
It's a very forced line. So you take, I take. King f7 seems to be the only move. Rook to a2.
Yeah.
And now you still need to make some really powerful moves, very precise moves. Queen d6 only move to maintain the balance. Queen to d6, let's say queen to c2, c4, wherever you want to
C4
go.
feels
C4, right?
Feels a little bit more.
Sure, why not? Now rook h8, not the only move, but
That c5 is your equalizing intention.
Yes. Rook
We need
takes
to
b2.
capture that pawn.
But it's still not over. Even this position is still not over. You have some weaknesses, right? You have a
Right.
weak king. If you try to run away with king g8 as fast as possible, this is something that white will enjoy for a very long time. It's a very nice advantage. g6, knight to d2, you always need to worry about bishop takes g6.
Always.
Don't allow my knight to get to e5. You have some problems,
Yeah.
right? You still have some problems.
Well, that's what you want as any player. Just give your opponent practical
the only thing
problems.
you can do, right?
Yeah.
With the white pieces nowadays, the state of affairs of the opening phase is if you get a minimal edge, you're going to be extremely happy.
Right.
Also,
With play.
Hikaru is now enjoying time advantage.
Yeah,
Because
and he's
Fabi
not
is
at the
still
board.
thinking.
He's putting some pressure on Fabiano right now, out of the opening.
For those of you joining us late, we are in the grand finals, and today it's classical.
Yes, the first game of the match, one classical game today, and tomorrow there's going to be the second one, the rematch.
The rematch. I'm still mesmerized by this whole bishop takes c6 thing that we're looking. I want to give one more look, shall we? Have some fun, Kate?
Absolutely.
Knight takes d4. You just played knight e5, taking advantage of the pin.
Okay, so bishop takes b7.
Good for you. That was a very good way of exploiting the pin. c2, surprise. Ding, 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 ding.
Then
I win a prize.
queen d3.
Okay. Now, we used to play the first who promotes wins. I win. I'm assuming with the rook.
Rook
Okay.
captures. I don't want to be retreating the queen.
Now I have to pause because this is such a bizarre position to imagine that I could be a rook down with a pawn on a2. I just have to pause to think if that's worthwhile or not. Let's assume.
By the way, if you capture, let's just try it. Pawn
Okay.
captures b3.
Yeah.
I think I have a very strong move, knight c6. I'm inviting you to take the knight.
Yes.
Then I'm going to recapture with the bishop.
Yes.
You have to move the king. And now I'm so happy.
Oh
I can recapture the
no!
pawn on a3.
Oh boy, that's.
And if you block with
Terrible.
the knight, then still I'm going to
Yeah.
just
You know,
bring my rook to the d file.
it's funny. I saw this position and I was thinking a2. You take my queen. I take your. I made two queens on the b1 square, and you're still not impressed, huh? Knight to c6. Okay. No. What I wanted to ask you was your judgment after, let's say, rook b8 or rook a7. I'm not sure. Let's say rook b8. Just I'm picking a square for my rook.
Okay.
You could still play knight c6.
Yes, I want to try knight c6 again.
Okay, and that looks like it's just probably good for you? Yeah. It's funny, I'm not getting...
Now I will play rook fd1, putting more pressure, forcing you to play bishop d6. And now I will pause. I can capture that pawn.
Yeah.
I may also like bishop f4.
I don't know. I didn't know or wasn't sure if I was ever going to be equalizing these positions.
Now
I mean,
bishop captures bishop.
I've played in my life so many Queen's Gambit accepted positions, and I have this almost a kind of a sense that I'm going to draw. For example, if you take, it's like I've got one of these tricky moves, knight e5, taking advantage of,
Wait, that rook is
pin.
defended. Just queen captures the knight. If that was gonna be one,
No, it wasn't.
Yasser.
I didn't do it. I apologize. I have to go knight f6. Yeah, knight e5. Oh boy. Okay. Good morning, St. Louis.
And we have a move on the board. So
We
c4
do.
happened, bishop captures c6.
I think Fabi also found himself attracted to the position. You know, he's won mastery of the diagonal by having won the bishop. And I must say, Cristian really flummoxed me when he said, after the move bishop d5, white's slightly better.
But this
And
is
I
how
was
these players prepare
wow.
nowadays, right? This is how they prepare. They just look at the engine, and the engine is saying that bishop takes c6, you give
Don't
up the
worry
bishop,
about
and
the
you're
two
slightly better.
bishops.
And that's exactly what you're
That's
hoping for,
crazy.
and that's what you're looking for. And you go for it. And
Wow.
that's just the nature of opening preparation in the
Wow.
21st century.
I'm just okay. So from the current position, you said queen c4, bishop d5, queen d3, and the reason I didn't play bishop e4 is I thought I was playing for an advantage, and I didn't want you to make a draw. But Cristian is saying no. White wants to play. White wants to play queen to e3 and keep the game going.
And we already have bishop takes c6 and queen c2 on the board. We're most likely going to see bishop to e4 on the board. Now, another question that perhaps Hikaru has in store for Fabiano is after bishop e4, queen b2.
Sorry, say that again.
Bishop e4, queen b2 instead of...
Bishop e4 on the board.
Okay.
I'm actually curious to see where he puts the queen. Yeah, b2.
Queen to b2.
Queen b2, yes.
By the way, the reason I was asking that question just before, we now have an answer, queen b2, but we also had I had a question I was about to ask in the variation that Cristian was saying. I could capture and potentially just capture this pawn as well, right? I mean, you should win that pawn back. You know, like, I don't think you should play too many games. I think you should go rook
A1
a1,
back.
and I would probably play, for example, bishop d6. This strikes me as a rather even-ish looking position. You have certain weaknesses, I have certain weaknesses. None of this happened because we have queen b2 on the board. Queen b2.
So the queen is defending the pawn on d4,
Clever.
blocking the square for the bishop, saying
Clever.
this bishop is probably going to be developed on, I don't know, g5, f4, d2, or just waiting because
Well,
maybe the knight is going to be more important to get out.
exactly. We have seen positions where the knight gets to c4 and we go, okay, that's a lovely outpost, you know, we're protected, we're centralized. So I don't think, one of the things that you try to avoid is helping your opponent develop. Like, why capture on a3 and help your opponent develop? Quick question for you, Kate. I'm a pawn grabber. How many times? How many times are you going to see me grab a pawn?
Many times.
Many
I am
times.
prepared. So I will...
Yes. Say it.
I know if I capture with queen, you're going to grab the next one.
Correct. My intention was to grab this. It's not the end of the story.
I also have bishop b2 with a tempo.
You have bishop b2 as well with a tempo. Yeah. Queen e4, queen d5, queen e4. Not sure. Bishop to d6.
Somehow I don't want to be a pawn down against you, Yasser.
You could have taken with the rook.
Yes, let's take with the rook.
Which is a kind of a little bit of a hilarious situation. You know what I was thinking to play?
a2.
Yeah. Right away.
Get that pawn on d4.
I wanted to get the pawn on d4. That would be a very, very funny setup. These two players know each other well. My goodness, they have the full measure of one another.
And this is their lifetime score. 10
Yeah.
wins for Hikaru Nakamura,
Wow.
8 losses, and 38 draws.
Wow. I mean, again, you could just make a trilogy on their games, and this is just classical too. I can't even imagine how many blitz games and rapid games. You think of all those Grand Chess Tour games that they must have played against each other, 100 games, and there you see Fabiano Caruana, who for many, many, many years was number 2 in the world behind Magnus. He slipped. He started the season in Holland with a bad score at the Tata Steel Masters tournament, lost rating points, and Hikaru passed him on the rating list. Hikaru is number 2 in the world. By the way, funny moment at the players' meeting for this event, Tony Rich congratulated Hikaru on becoming the number 2 player in the world. There was Fabi applauding. and then Tony realized, wait a minute, I'm complimenting one player, insulting the other. So he said, and Fabi's a candidate. He's the first person to make the candidate.
Qualify for a candidate.
Wow. Felt good, felt good.
Saving the day.
Right, saving grace. Jump in on this one, Cristian. Bishop e4, queen b2. Are the engines happy with the outcome of the opening for white?
If you make the best moves as black, you're going to equalize.
Right,
Absolutely,
that's
100%. But it's not easy. It's a very good piece of preparation, I have to say, from a practical perspective from Hikaru. And this is something that he mentioned in his own interviews as well. He was mentioning that whenever Fabi starts thinking, then something probably went wrong. And he's probably in a worse position. Well, right now, Fabi is thinking, but he's thinking, and Hikaru understands that, look, this is my preparation from home. Right. I know it. I'm going to be better in this position. Some very difficult moves for black.
Please.
Like bishop to b7. This is not the first thing that comes to mind.
Well, Kate said you want the diagonal. You want to put a battery on the diagonal. Bishop b7 and queen d5.
Yes, but f3, bishop b7 is not necessarily related to queen to b5. You just want this bishop out of e4 so that you don't get hit with knight to d2 when that happens, or knight to c3, these type of ideas. So it's just a preparatory move, right? Because if you go bishop to e7, then I take on b4. You lose a tempo. This is the whole game right now.
Okay.
How are you going to save this tempo?
Right.
You don't want to take on a3. That helps me to develop my knight. You don't want to lose the tempo with bishop e7, because then when I take on b4, you have to retake with the bishop and lose a tempo, right? So this is the whole game that these two players are playing. The best move after bishop to b7, very closely, is h5.
Wow, not the first move that comes to mind.
Starting an attack on
Makes
the king
sense,
side.
right?
There's no light square bishop.
Exactly, exactly. Makes sense, because you just got the light square bishop, you might as well go for it. But this is something that, look, if you have prepared this, you're going to have looked at this with an engine at home. So bishop to g5 is an option, bishop to d2. It gets a bit tense after h4. h4, bishop takes b4, that's a pawn. You can take on a3 first and then go h4, and then f3, bishop b7, and then most likely g4 ideas. g4, knight ac4. It gets a little bit tense on this side, right?
Wow.
You need to free up some space. The king becomes a bit weaker, but it does seem like it works out for white. And black needs to be careful as well from a strategical point of view. You castle short, no more big attack, and then the pawn on h4 could become a liability.
Yeah, right.
Also, you might get attacked yourself after g5 on the king side.
Cristian, from the current position.
This is some good preparation from Hikaru.
So many of my games, and I've played the Catalan from both colors. So many of my Catalan games revolve around the move c7, c5.
Okay.
Oftentimes, when black gets in the move c5,
when would you like to play it?
Now, let's try
right
it.
now.
Let's
c5.
go.
Okay, okay.
If black gets to play it, he equalizes when he... That one? Queen takes d4?
Queen takes d4, you're probably already much worse.
Oh my God, what did I do wrong?
I know, right?
Knight.
It seems like nothing.
It seems like my beautiful break c5.
It seems like you didn't do anything wrong, right?
Right.
But knight g4, and now it seems like you're in somewhat of a pickle.
I mean, you still did not castle.
That's the
and
problem.
develop the king side.
That's
so you
the
did
problem.
something wrong.
You're a pawn up.
I never castled.
You are a pawn
I never had time to castle, Kate.
And that's the whole game. It's a one-tempo game. One tempo. Help me gain that extra tempo, and I will have a better position. So how do you stop that?
Okay, let's go back to c5 for a moment. And c5 you took, I took on d4.
With a queen or with a pawn?
The
Which one do
queen,
you want
let's
to?
say.
Knight to d2, right?
And why didn't
You
I
go
just
back,
move the
right?
bishop? Right.
Bishop to b7. Knight c4.
You never took my queen. Why didn't you take
No, I'm not taking your queen. Again, I want you to take my queen so that I can develop my bishop.
Okay, checkmate
tempo.
in one move. You've got knight b6. Yeah, I was going to go queen d5. You were going to go f3. I was going to take on b4. And I was going to rook and
Knight
this?
b6. This is borderline losing for you.
So bishop c5.
I know, right?
Losing?
It doesn't look
Okay,
like
Cristian, bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
it. Rook d1, isn't that the queen?
I take
Oh, sorry.
I take your rook.
Rook a5.
Where did that move come from?
Bishop f4 not as strong. Queen to c2 with the idea of rook to d1, that's an option as well. But rook to a5 is really good.
Boy, I mean, it almost
Really
looks like
good.
a queen's gambit accepted. If I could play b5, b4, b5, I'm sure I'm winning.
Yep.
Here, that was crazy.
It's tough. It's again,
So
I'm looking
C5
at it
is
from a
not-
tactical perspective, not the engine, the exact
Right.
moves that you are mentioning, like
Right.
c5, bishop b7. Bishop b7 is a good move.
These
but
are very human moves.
Very
Okay,
human moves.
Bishop b7, take on b4.
finally, I will take, but perhaps he wants something else, even though he most likely wants to take.
Then
Okay,
I will with one tempo
finally.
recapture. I go back, bishop e7,
Bishop e7, yes.
and I castle.
Yes, castle. And then I go knight c4 or maybe rook c1. Let's say rook f c1.
Boy, the argument that the light squared bishop on b7 isn't as good as the knight on a3
Like this is
or something.
probably the ideal setup that you're going to get with black. And then you have to calculate this type of ideas with knight c4.
Yeah, no, I can't do better than
take,
this with
take.
black.
This is the best thing you
This
can
is
get.
the best I could ever
This
get.
is truly the best thing you can get.
Right,
And even here, it's not that easy because I have rook c7. All of this has to be calculated.
right.
Rook a7 seems to be the best, rook a to d8. But there's always some rook c7 ideas that you really need to be
Right.
very precise in your calculation. If you're not,
Wow.
you might be going
I
down
have
material.
one more idea. I want something
Sure.
better than this.
Come on,
So,
Kate. Get in there.
From
Bishop
the beginning.
b7.
Oh, we have a move. Bishop
Bishop
b7
b7.
was played. I'm expecting a very quick response, so let's wait and see because
Bishop
Bishop
to
b7
d2.
is the main move by the engine.
And so Hikaru will be prepared for
I'm
this
expecting Hikaru to be very quick with his decision. Bishop to d2 is one of them. He might just try to go f3.
one. F.
F3 might be his move. Yes.
Wow. And again, I've always been thinking that the move c7, c5 is such a crucial equalizing move that
Hikaru is probably in the attic right now.
Hikaru has so much time, 1 hour, 29 minutes.
It's a 30-minute advantage already. That's huge. There's no second time control. So
oh my goodness. By the way, Hikaru seems to be such a good blindfold player. We oftentimes see him away from the board, just thinking about the position in his head. A lot of people like to take walks. Nobody's at the board there. A lot of people like to take walks and they're thinking about the position. They have a mental picture of the position. Bishop b7 on the board. I'm just going to check in on the ladies and to see how Alice. Oops, I did something wrong there. Uh-oh. Okay. I did something wrong. Help me, Kate. What have I done wrong? Close. That's what I did. How can That's brilliant. How can I help you? We have an autopilot. We're having a massive, massive issue over here.
Yeah, this is.
Cristian, if you don't mind, I'm just having a.
maybe we can go to Hikaru and see him back at the board. It seems like, oh, bishop to b7. Did that surprise him? Okay, that's a bit surprising to me.
You would have thought he was ready to go, right?
Yes. Again, bishop to b7 is the main move, and he takes off his jacket.
Okay.
That means that perhaps this might be it in terms of his opening preparation, which would be a bit surprising.
Exactly. By the way, very surprising for me is after bishop b4 check, Alice Lee hasn't responded, or did she?
She did.
She did.
Defeated with knight c3, and Tatev played that
Knight
knight
d5
d5
as
first, not the knight
expected.
b6.
And
Rook
they've
c1,
caught
we
up
were
with
looking
it.
at that.
Okay. Rook to c1 was our main move. Knight to b6, as Cristian said. Defending the bishop first, means that bishop takes c4 is not playable. Just knight takes c4, unlike his game with Brewington Hardaway. Shout out to Brew. I met him here in the U.S. Junior Championships. He, Andy, Brew, and Alice and I were spending hours playing Bug House together. They're good. They're very, very good.
And he also played the St. Louis Masters, I
Yes, he
believe, in
did.
December.
So we're caught up on the game between Alice and Tatev. What are the clock times?
So Alice, 1 hour 8 minutes, Tatev, 1 hour 12 minutes.
Nobody got a big edge, not like the
No one surprised
Hikaru
anyone in the
game.
opening.
Right, exactly. Knight b6 on the board. And again, from Black's perspective, castles, you've heard me a moment ago say how important the move c7, c5 is. In this particular case, so long as the bishop is getting good diagonals, bishop b7, bishop a6, c5 isn't that crucial. The half-open b file means that the rook can find a good role.
And from White's perspective, that bishop on f4 is hanging. So
Right.
Alice is deciding, do I drop it back to g3 so it's safe? Or
Move it.
maybe g5, attack the queen? Or do I care actually if Black captures the bishop?
I care.
You care.
I deeply care. Not that I'm opposed to the trade specifically, knight takes f4, e takes f4. It's just that oftentimes in these Queen's Gambit declined, you get some space, and you want a lot of pieces on the board as white. And if
Right.
a lot of pieces come off the board, then your space goes away. I like the idea of just getting the bishop out of attack, and maybe, you know, if I can make you play a bad move. I'm not saying this is, hold on, let me make a really bad move for you. Help me here. Queen d6 here, and you could see, for example, like maybe your bishop is getting a little bit either on
White
a5.
has a very nice control of the center.
Exactly, exactly. So it might induce f6, and then we've got a position like this. Again, I don't think it's anything terrible. You know, Black is again going to play castles, bishop b7, c5. It feels okay. But for Alice, do we have a suggestion for Alice other than
I don't know, bishop g3 or bishop g5?
well, here I have an idea. I think the bishop on g3 is really good. Like I could play bishop g3, but I'd like to encourage f6. I don't think f6 is that great a move.
So do you want to start with bishop e5?
Right.
And if I
Castles,
ignore that and castle?
bishop e2. So just completing the development. Maybe on a good day playing knight d2 takes c4 will be on Alice's agenda.
So do I go bishop a6 or
Okay. Yeah, we're
bishop
kind of, I
b7?
think we're both a little bit struggling in the dark on this one. This aren't very common. Whoa,
played
Alice.
knight e5.
Finding a move that we didn't even consider.
She wants to take that pawn. It's pretty obvious.
And she's also looking at knight c6.
Captain Obvious. Why would she play knight e5?
That's why
You get the big bucks.
Yeah.
Knight e5. Okay, directly targeting the pawn on c4. That feels like a timing problem, though, Cristian. Does
Why?
he? I don't know. It just.
I am taking that pawn. Like, how do you defend it?
So I capture first the bishop.
Sure.
Knight
Okay.
captures
Probably a good start.
f4.
E takes f4. So castle.
I think I castle.
You're giving me the
Hold
pawn.
on. Knight c6. No, pardon.
I'll take it.
Knight takes c4.
I'll take it, yes.
Knight
Bishop
takes
takes c4. No.
Bishop
Yeah,
takes
yes,
c4
yes,
even.
yes. Bishop takes c4.
Really? You allow me to have
Wow.
a pair of bishops?
I will, yes.
Okay, knight captures.
Okay, knight.
Bishop b7.
Castle.
Oh.
This makes you happy, this position for white?
I'm not
Well,
happy.
the desirable queen d5 after captures can be.
But
met
now
with
maybe you
knight
can take on
e3.
g2 first. No, castle take on
Oh,
g2.
that's nice tactics.
It doesn't
Oh,
work.
but there is no knight, there's no queen d5.
There's no check. No queen d5, yeah.
Yep.
So I guess that's just an extra pawn. The question is, do you have enough compensation for it? You do have two bishops, which are beautiful.
Yeah, 100% I have great compensation. I think bishop a6 is one way, queen to f6.
Or starting with queen d5, because now that knight on c3 is pinned.
Right, and I can go knight e3.
Now pawn on a2.
You can definitely take that, yeah. You can definitely take that.
I don't
Castle.
I don't see the problem. Castle.
You're not going to take on b2
And
as
queen
well,
a5?
right?
No.
Queen a5, yeah.
I'm dreaming of Kate's plan of putting my bishop on the long diagonal. I'm not even a pawn down.
You're not. You do have some weaknesses that you have to deal with.
Yes.
Perhaps knight e4.
Knight
Looking at that pawn on c7, knight on c5.
e4, knight e4, yeah.
Yeah, knight c5, let's say.
Yeah, and it's two knights versus two bishops, but normally speaking, you would prefer
Black
to
is
have
fine. Black is fine. Black is perfectly fine.
The two bishops here. I like this line for Tatev, and knight e5. That looks like such a mistimed move for me. Once again, we're looking at the most direct line of play. Knight e5, capture the bishop. Alice has to compromise her pawn structure by recapturing like this. Let's pause for a moment here, because you've just mentioned an idea that wasn't intuitively obvious, which is we could defend the pawn on d5 with a kind of a strange looking move, queen d5.
But here we have to be careful. Yes, bishop captures
e2.
I thought bishop captures c4.
Clever.
No. Oh, but g2 is hanging.
G2 is hanging.
Oh, this is so complicated.
But I think it's actually, I like the move queen d5 until I spotted bishop e2.
I'm inviting you to capture that pawn on g2.
Exactly.
So there is a fallback.
Bishop f3. Okay, I'm not a fan of Alice's play, but let's try to imagine what she likes about this position. Now, a moment ago, Cristian played bishop takes c4, which was a surprise for us, Kate. Knight takes c4, what else would she have done?
The thing is, after knight takes c4,
yep,
I think black goes immediately bishop b7.
Can I do the same thing? Also queen d5?
Queen d5 also legal. Yeah.
Also bishop b7.
I like bishop b7, that I'm just asking you what are you going to do about your bishop on f1. And if you want to capture my knight on b6, then you will connect my pawns. I'm very happy.
No, I'm not happy at all.
So now white has to make a move, and it's unclear what kind of move is helpful for you. Maybe knight e3?
I'm trying to equalize this position. I'm not trying for advantage, and I think Tatev is going to be very happy should she get a position with the two bishops. She's got pawn weaknesses that she can tickle.
And I really like that bishop on b7 in this position.
True that.
This diagonal is fantastic.
No, I don't like the move knight e5, and I think that after knight takes f4, I would prefer Tatev's position. In how much time did Alice use to play that move?
Around 7 minutes, something like that.
That is really, really surprising. And once again, they're head-to-head. For those who are joining us late, we are in the grand finals.
Yes, and this is the score of all chess that they played against each other. 5 wins for Alice Lee, 2 losses, and 4 draws.
You're wondering to yourself when you see Hikaru and Fabi's head-to-head, why have they played so little? Well, because Alice is a whole, 15 years old. I mean, she's just been making her debut over the last few years in the U.S. Women's Championship. Over to you, Cristian, and the Open.
Let's give you some updates on this one. After bishop b7, he spent some time thinking about his decision, trying to remember Hikaru, that is his preparation. And he took on b4, which is the best move in the position. Bishop takes b4, and we've already seen this. Bishop to d2, basically just once again trying to gain that extra tempo. Hey,
exactly.
You want to exchange? Yes, exchange. But then I can take with the knight. My knight jumps to c4. Now I have the pressure, the exact type of pressure that I want. I want the pressure down the c file and on the e file. Right. This is what I'm going to work with. Also, this knight is most likely going to go towards a5, knight to c4, knight to a5. If I manage to land there and then look at the c6 square, you can understand how the bishop on b7 is starting to feel a little bit out of space, right? So these are the type of ideas that definitely Hikaru is looking for. Bishop to d6, very natural move, already a mistake after knight to a3. Knight to a3, knight to c4, hitting that bishop. So the best move in the position is bishop to e7. Bishop to e7 or a5. I'm sort of curious which one he's going to choose. a5 makes some sense, because if you do take, now this pawn on b4, first of all, controls the knight, at least for the moment. But also I'm ready to switch that rook on a8 with my queen so that I can get something down this diagonal, right? Get some sort of initiative down this diagonal. So a5 is an option. Bishop to e7 seems to be the best option in the position. Knight to a3, castle, and then we get this position, this middle game, in which, of course, white is playing against the weaknesses, down the a and the c file. Black is playing on this diagonal. You're going to force me to go f3, and that's going to weaken my king. This is the dynamic that we're seeing in this one.
One of the great Catalan players of the age, Gena Sazonko.
Okay.
If you put the
I haven't heard that name in a very long time.
If you put the knight back on b1 for just a moment, Gena, bishop back to e7. Gena made he would say, furnished his apartment by playing bishop a5 and rook c1 and these types of positions.
Look at Hikaru watching his own masterpiece, or whatever he thinks is his own masterpiece.
Creating, but Gena was famous for putting his bishop on a5, so you can't play c5.
You want to go rook to c1, castle, and something like bishop to a5, right?
And he would. Oh no, you get to play c5.
This is my dream, right? Let me get my
rook
pawn on
c7.
c5.
So if I play e4, where do you go with the queen?
Nowhere.
You sacrifice. Of course you do. By the way, a forced sacrifice can sometimes be good.
Now you get mated.
Yeah. This was not my intention when I was playing.
So let's go back to the variation bishop d2.
It's on the board.
Yes, bishop e7.
It's not on the board, but
let's say you wanted to play knight a3, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Castle as black. And now if you go rook c1.
Which one?
I think Cristian wanted f1.
Yeah.
My idea was to go knight e4. Can I do that? Force your bishop to go to e1.
Or e3.
No, because I want to play bishop g5.
Okay, so bishop e1. Kate's going to show her.
Oh, we're trying to cooperate. I'm not sure I want to cooperate. No. I'm not so sure about that.
And now queen d5. Because now you don't have that f3.
Why not?
Why don't I have f3?
Well, bishop e3.
That's
King
a check.
G2.
Yes.
It's only a check. I'm not going to take the knight. I'm just going to go knight g4 and
now knight g5 back.
But you're still not threatening anything, right?
Nothing. It looks so pretty.
Except
not your bishop on e3 though. That's the problem. That's the problem.
You're kind of getting. That was a good move, by the way. Knight.
So by you cooperating, I still have nothing there.
The scorpion sting.
Right? Bang. Yes. One of the great lines. I love these. Alexander Alekhine's 2-volume My Best Games. And Alekhine gives us this incredibly sharp position where his opponent is setting a trap. Now, Alekhine's thinking he's winning, and he's saying to himself, I got this. What is this last move? Bishop g5, so I can go bishop e3 check. And he's looking at it, and he realizes that if he falls for his opponent's trap, that was the quickest way of winning the game. And it was pretty amazing how, he cooperated with the opponent.
And then one extra move.
And knight c2, and it was over. Interesting game going on there between Hikaru and Fabi. I'm still having so much trouble getting over this bishop c6, giving up the light square bit, giving up that pride and joy.
But it is Fabi who's sitting at the board and thinking, already being 30 minutes down compared to Hikaru.
I'm not convinced that this position will simplify as quickly as perhaps Fabiano hopes it will. And if it doesn't, then you're still going to need to make a lot of decisions later on. So don't think for too long. Don't leave yourself too little time on the clock.
We've seen some massive. Is it something about the time control itself?
Oh,
the
yes,
players,
yes.
the players are getting used to maybe the rapids, and they're burning a lot of clock. I see Ray Robson misusing his time, and for me, you know, you never wanted to be behind by 30 minutes, let alone anything more, because there's so many times that you need that extra time.
And yesterday, Fabiano was talking to Eric Rosen, and he was saying, I played rapid, blitz, and now I have to come back to the classical
And
chess.
readjust.
It's just such a weird adjustment suddenly.
Exactly. So again, bishop to d2, gaining a tempo. We didn't really talk too much about the move a5, only to say, after takes, Cristian thought that recapturing with the queen, you'd be able to make some threats along the diagonal. I didn't really see that myself. I'm thinking I would like to remove the queen from the protection of the c-pawn. I'm thinking it's much easier to play white here than it is to play black after rook c1. Kate, your take on this position? Would you like to play
I
black?
really like the light square bishop. I think the
You do?
bishop is fantastic, and I don't want to give you a pawn, so I would start with knight d5. If you want to
Okay.
play e4, then I feel...
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Then I'm going to go knight... Oh,
Say it.
no. Wait a
Wait.
second. Because now my... Okay, knight f6.
Okay, but we've seen white aspire to playing f3 and e4 and trying to block this bishop. Okay, on my agenda is knight to d2, completing my development, and most importantly, munching a pawn.
Yeah, I thought maybe I can quickly try to attack you somewhere on the king side, but it's just not working. I'm not ready.
You could castle and just give me the pawn and just say, okay.
I think that's what I have to do. Because your knight on b1 is not yet developed, so that's going to be my target.
Okay, but now the question is, how do you? I get it. If you ever get to land a knight on h3, we can start to understand why earlier positions, h7, h5, h4 was being suggested by the engine. Here, h5 and knight g4 makes.
So I start putting pressure on that pawn on d4. Rook, no, but rook d8. That's pawn on f7 also that you can take. Your pieces are really active.
Well,
how did that happen?
Exactly. Just ended up that the rook on c. So still some problems for Fabi, and that is why we understand that the engine liked the move bishop to e7, and I'm guessing rook c1. I'm guessing castles, and something like knight a3. This seems like the most consequent line of play. Again, from white's point of view, knight c4, knight a5, knight c6, making a beeline to the c6
White has a very clear way of taking advantage of the weaknesses and the squares on the board.
Exactly. And Fabi still thinking. By the way, I understand we might have a special guest. Our first guest in studio today. That will be exciting. We can quiz them.
And we have an update on the board, Alice Lee, Tatev Abrahamyan on that game.
All right, let's switch over. Whoa, surprise for us.
Tatev did not go and capture that bishop on f4.
But we could transpose. After knight takes c4, knight takes d5. Weren't we happy? Whoa. Aren't we happy about the
And now we castle.
Pause. I'm sensing opportunity here.
What do you sense, Yasser?
Take. I'm sensing that I can really mess up.
Rook g1.
Okay, so remember. Oh, there's check. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, queen a4.
Shoot.
Is an important double attack.
Yeah, I was gonna make this wonderful speech where, remember, in the opening, what we're trying to do is centralize our piece, control the center, develop our pieces to effective squares, and seek safety for our king. Okay, so when I play bishop g2 and there's a white rook on c1, it means white's king is stuck in the center, right? Unfortunately, the move I was about to prescribe was bishop to d5, right? Overlooking queen a4 check. So it means that I have to either include bishop c6, which is not exactly what I intended, but whose king is safer? My original idea is white's king is the one in danger. Okay?
Because you have pair of bishops, and those pawns are doubled for white.
Yeah, pair of bishops, but black's king is not stuck in the center. For example, let's say I go queen f6, give me your rook.
Okay, I will go rook, I don't know, g4,
Okay.
g5, g3, okay.
And here's the question. Whose king is more exposed? Maybe it's mine, I don't know. There's still...
Well, let's go queen b3. I'm going to ask you, where do you go with your bishop?
I'm not making the impression I wanted.
Because here I have also rook d3.
Rook to d3.
No, but you have queen e4.
Check.
That's a strong move.
Crazy, crazy position. I do believe I'm sensing opportunity for Tatev. Now, you just said, okay, castle. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's just that I was thinking that I could capture on g2. Can I? No, capture on g2. No, that doesn't work. Okay. And clock times?
Same thing. Both players have 1 hour on the clock.
Okay. Even time. Cristian, jump in on this one for us. I like Tatev's position. I'm just not. I'm not finding what I would consider a clean advantage.
It is a clean advantage.
Okay.
After knight takes f4, I think you started off with that one.
Yep.
And then just the simple castle.
And not taking on g2.
No. Well, that's the problem, right? After castle, you really need to find a move.
Okay.
You don't want to play f3. F3 just doesn't look good. Doesn't look right.
So let me do it again. So I take on c3 check. You take on c3. I take...
No. Why did you take on c3, first of all?
That's check.
Is there a reason to take on c3?
But we just want to capture the bishop on f4.
Why are you taking on c3?
There is a reason. Sorry. Takes.
Oh, you want to take my... No. But taking like this, you lose g7, right?
That's what we've been looking at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yasser,
it's unnecessary.
Yasser, we may start with queen a4 here. No, I'm allowing you then king f8. Okay,
it's unnecessary. Just go rook g1. No.
No, but Yasser wants this.
Yeah,
He's very happy about this for white.
You shouldn't be that happy.
Yeah,
you shouldn't be that.
And
happy.
that's the closure of his variation. You shouldn't be.
You shouldn't be that happy. This
I'm
is
trying to force an advantage. If I get
the advantage, maybe you're forcing it, but for white.
But if I can get a position where I have a forced advantage, I'm.
But there's no advantage. No.
So rook g1, bishop e4.
If you don't mind, I'll just explore.
Yes.
Okay.
Rook g1.
So bishop's. Oh, sorry. Rook
g1, bishop e4.
Which one? Bishop e4, bishop c6, wherever you want.
I was going to put the bishop on c6. I just wanted to see who.
There's
a king in the center.
I can go f6 if I want. Sorry, f5. I don't take on g7 first.
Do whatever you like, but
f5. But why would I be worse?
So bishop c6.
Yes, sir. Why would I be worse right now with white?
In this moment, you're pawn down.
Sure, f5. I will take that pawn.
Okay. You want an answer?
Yes.
The reason why you would be worse is your king's in the center.
But yours is too.
I have the option of castling. You don't. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I have
don't
the
believe
option
you.
of
Nobody
castling.
believes you, Yasser.
I'm a pawn up. I have option of castling, and you have to prove it. Okay, so I went back.
But you don't really have the option of castling.
I do. I'm threatening to castle.
So you go on d5.
I'm threatening to castle.
Sure. You might be in danger if you castle direct. So I'll go bishop d3.
This is getting personal.
I mean, first of all, if you castle is a draw on the spot, if I want to, right?
You want to sacrifice a rook?
It's a draw on the spot, yes. But bishop h7, queen h5, queen h6, and I take on g6.
Okay, if I don't want to draw on the spot.
So let's say you don't want to, right? Because you've been trying to say that you have an advantage here.
I do.
Which doesn't exist. No.
The king's in the center.
No, Nobody believes you, Yasser. Nobody believes you.
The whole idea behind the opening is to
Wait.
control the center.
But Yasser, why did you
Effective
bamboozle me?
pieces.
Why did you bamboozle me like this?
What did I do?
Can we go back? Bishop to d5?
course.
Bishop d5?
Bishop to here.
Yes.
Yes.
Can I give you a check on a4?
Yes. It's perfectly legal.
What would you play?
Queen d7.
I take on d7, I take on d5, I take on g7.
Right.
We make a draw, right?
I feel I'm a little bit better in the ending. I don't know.
Why? It's equal pawns, yes, sir.
Is it equal pawns?
It is equal pawns, yes.
No, white is pawn
White's a
up.
pawn up.
Oh, sorry. Even better. I'm a pawn up. You know what? No more draw. I was operating under the assumption that I'm a pawn down at this point. Okay, wait.
So king f8.
We're not making a draw anymore. Okay. We're not making a draw anymore.
I'm a pawn up.
Queen
Now he suddenly realizes he's a pawn up, and now he wants to play for.
Now I actually
for a
want to
win.
play. Okay. You bamboozled me, Yasser. Queen b4.
Okay.
Check.
Queen b4 check. And I guess
No, I'm feeling amazing right now.
whose king is more is worse off? Is a question we have to ask.
My king feels very safe.
I'm not going to get involved.
I like black. I like black. That's all. It's just a judgment thing. Knight takes c4 by Alice, and for me, it's a surprise that Tatev she seems not to want to take the bishop.
But once you take,
sure.
again, why would we go for this bishop takes g2? This whole shenanigan. Why not just simply castle?
Yeah, I think
It's a very
castle
good
is
move.
really nice because now
Like, I
white
don't want
is
to
on
give
the
my
spot.
dark square bishop, right?
What white is going to play because that bishop is targeting g2.
It's a very, very nice move. I'm saying that I don't like Alice's play in the opening, and she's worse.
She is worse.
Correct.
After a castle, she is worse, yes. After bishop takes c3, giving up the dark square bishop, I'm not so sure.
Okay. Very important first game. If Tatev is able to, well, there we say it, win with black
pieces.
she will be in prime position. We are at that stage where we like to check in with our people at Q Boutique and
So
find
what
out.
it is today, Yasser?
Yeah, exactly. What do they have for us today? It's the women's athletic jacket. Here it is. The newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket is here, and it is not to be missed. Jackets are 95% polyester, 5% spandex, so easy on the waist, and feature an outstanding durable hot press logo of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front, available in men's and women's styles. For all your chess shopping needs, do visit qboutiquestl.com. And what do our viewers get on our break?
Very special feature on Vera Menchik, one of the strongest women's players
From
in
the
the
World
world.
Chess Hall of Fame archives. Very nice. We'll see you on the other side of the break with a special guest coming.
See you after it.
Today we're looking at the life and career of the world's first and longest reigning women's chess champion, Vera Menchik. She was born in Moscow, Russia in 1906 to a Czech father and English mother, and throughout her chess career, she would represent all three countries at different points. Vera's father would be the one to set her on her lifelong chess journey when he taught her the game at the age of 9. She led a comfortable life early on. Her family was well off, owned a mill, and she attended an all-girls private school. But at the age of 11, her world would be turned upside down as the Russian Revolution began. The new government would seize their apartment and mill. Vera would be forced to switch schools, and the constant threat of government violence hung over the heads of just about everybody. Seeking a better life for their children, her parents immigrated the family to Hastings, England in 1921. The teenage Vera struggled to learn English and was very shy. Despite these barriers, the game her father taught her years earlier would prove to be a conduit for the young woman to come out of her shell. As fate would have it, Hastings was home to a prominent chess club that hosted international tournaments every year. She joined the club in 1923 and soon caught the attention of one of the top players of the day, Hungarian Geza Marazzi. Seeing great potential in Vera, Marazzi took her under his wing and helped her to form a patient style of play like his own. A female player having formal, systematic training was practically unheard of at the time and helped to set Vera apart from her contemporaries. In 1925, she proved herself the best female player in London when she defeated the British women's champion Edith Charlotte Price twice. But she'd have a chance to capture an even greater claim to fame in 1927, when London hosted the first ever Women's World Championship. 12 women from 8 different countries would go head-to-head in a round-robin tournament. Of her 11 games, she won 10 and tied 1. For some, the idea of being the inaugural Women's World Chess Champion might be enough, but not Vera. Having proven she was the most skilled player among the women of her day, she soon set out to test herself against highly rated male competitors. Her first chance to formally do this was in 1929. At the age of 23, she entered a tournament in Ramsgate and didn't lose a single game. She defeated the City of London champion Sir George Thomas, tied for second place with Akiba Rubinstein, who is widely considered one of the strongest players to never win the World Championship. And she even outscored her teacher, Geza Marazzi. In the years to come, she defeat many male players, and they'd become members of what is affectionately called the Vera Menchik Club. Some of the most notable players we know held this distinction were future world chess champion Max Erva and future US champion Samuel Reshevsky. In the mid-1930s, Menchik would find her true rival in the globe-trotting German by the name of Sonia Graf. She had an air of confidence and also made a name for herself by competing against men. The two would famously face off for the women's championship in 2 one-on-one matches they both organized themselves. The first took place in 1934, and Graf proved a worthy rival, defeating Menchik in the first game, but Vera pulled it together and swept her for the next 3 games, securing her a solid victory in their match. Their 1937 rematch would go much longer than just 4 games, but Vera still won convincingly with a final score of 11.5 to 4.5. With Graf defeated twice, it posed the question, who could dethrone the women's world champ? Sadly, that question will forever go unanswered, as Menchik's life was cut tragically short when she, her sister, and their mother were killed in a Nazi bombing raid at their South London home in June of 1944. Vera Menchik's 17-year-long Women's World Championship reign has never been surpassed. She was unquestionably the most powerful woman to play the game in her era, and her desire to challenge every strong player she could, regardless of gender, has cemented her legacy as a true trailblazer in the world of chess.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yips, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest in the studio, the founder of St. Louis Chess Club, Rex Sinquefield. Rex, welcome.
Thank you very much. You're most kind to say that.
What have you been up to, young buck?
Oh, you know, I'm just causing as much trouble as I can. A lot of public policy stuff and politics necessarily goes with that. But right now, following this chess tournament, this is really exciting. The format engenders tension, anxiety on the part of everyone, and the change in formats. It's just hard to keep up with the program, you know?
Which
Thrills
format
and
is your
spills.
favorite out of these 3 here at the tournament?
Oh, well, classical chess is always my favorite.
Yeah.
But when you put in the other ones, it changes things a lot.
And you got to get readjusted.
Yeah.
Recently, there was a naming of the building at the St. Louis University.
Yes, that was very kind of them.
Rex, it sounds expensive, but there was a Sinquefield a Science and Engineering Center, isn't it?
You're right on
Here
both
we go.
accounts. Yes.
And what will that do for the St. Louis University?
Well, it will foster much more scientific and technical research in many areas. They have strong areas now, but this will make it better.
Oh, lovely. And your scientist wife there, Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield,
That's right.
she looked very happy with the naming of that building. And I see that you're representing the Grand Chess Store there, so thank you
right.
for that. I mean, we like you wearing our billboard and stuff like this.
Yeah.
The grand reopening of the chess club is coming up, Rex. I mean,
is
we
what
were
I
there
hear.
for the
October.
for the steel beam. Tell us about that.
Well, the first one will be June or July, and then the real final one will be October.
Okay.
And that will be
Here
special.
we see you signing. Now, I figured when they put that beam up in the building that it's going to be exposed so everybody can see it. So I wanted to put my signature as close to yours as to make sure that I got exposure, and they just didn't. There's me right next to you, like a barnacle to a ship. Rex, for me, I love being a spectator at tournaments like the Sinquefield Cup, like the U.S. Championships. When the club is grand opening, will there be spectators?
Yes, they will be back.
Oh, wonderful.
And they have the privilege of being able to harass you people and all the players. But it was always much better with a group of live spectators there.
I mean, it's just a completely different sense in the playing hall.
Absolutely.
And as a player, you know, frankly, yeah, the noise and levels and stuff, but I like the oohs and ahs.
Yeah.
You know, I like when I make a rook sacrifice and everyone, you know,
and you can just see players very close. I remember my first time I was here for the Sinquefield Cup. It was amazing, like all these players. You could even take a selfie with them after their game.
Absolutely.
It's not every day that you get so close to Fabiano, to Hikaru, to Magnus at the Sinquefield Cup. I remember I believe it was 2017 when I first came to the club. Magnus was there, Hikaru was there, and you could get so close to them. Exactly. It's such a special feeling. And speaking of the Grand Chess Tour, we're adding a new event in this year's Grand Chess Tour. For the first time in many, many years, we're adding a Grand Finals. How excited are you about that?
I think the whole thing is really exciting. It was a great conception, and for that I give credit to Gary Kasparov.
Right.
And but having these geographically rotating tournaments is exciting for the whole world. They get to highlight beautiful places.
Exactly.
And Rex, there are so many tournaments throughout the year. Which one is your favorite?
I would say either the Sinquefield Cup or the U.S. Championship, but the American Cup is quite exciting. This format is devilish, you know, on everybody.
Yeah. Exactly. We're experiencing in this tournament the #1 versus #2 in the Open. Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano. That's a match every chess lover likes. Right. In the ladies section, however, that's been a topsy-turvy affair. Carissa Yip, the #1 seed, got knocked out by Tatev, who was living here in St. Louis. What did you think about the women's championship so far?
Well, I think it was as exciting as any of them.
Right.
And Tatev deserves a lot of credit.
Right.
She took on and defeated a very, very tough field.
Yes, she did.
None of this is easy.
No.
Speaking of Tatev, Rex, what's your take on this matchup? She played, Alice Lee, she got so close, potentially coming back in that match. Lost that match. But right now she has another opportunity, and she's playing great chess. She's in a better situation. Do you think she has a chance to upset Alice and maybe take the whole championship?
I think any of these players has a chance. To quote one famous actor, I think it was the fellow that just died recently, and I think he was talking about
Gene Hackman,
basketball in the movie Hoosiers.
Yeah, Hoosiers.
He said on any day, any team can beat any other team.
Right.
And it's what you got to be on alert for, you know.
But
he never rest.
Yeah, but
she needs to do it twice.
In that movie, he had the underdog team, so he was trying to talk an inspirational. Yeah. He was playing the hand he goes dealt. Come on, guys. Yeah, I know. On any day, you guys can win. It's tough, though, right?
It really is tough. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, here in St. Louis, I mean, we can't thank you enough because the Sinquefield effect continues. I mean, we have so many tournaments, and right now what's going on this weekend is there's an open tournament that a lot of players from all over the country are playing in. I think it's the Midwest Open.
Mid-American Open.
Mid-America,
yes.
Apologies, Mid-America. And then on Monday, we have a Blitz tournament coming out. I understand it's open to folks from Missouri. Are you playing?
Say what?
You
playing? Here it is. This
the American Club Blitz went on Monday, March 24th. It's a Swiss system tournament, 9 Blitz rounds, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment, and it features eliminated players from the American Cup, which is very exciting. You get to play these players, and a lot of strong players from SLU, Mizzou, and Webster University.
Fantastic.
And our own Abrahamyan is going to be there representing the commentary team.
So VAR gets to go away from the studio and play, and what about us?
Right, we're stuck here. We're chained on the inside. So if you're in the Central West End, by the way, I do believe that's an open event.
Yes.
You can come and
For
watch.
local players, local titled players.
But as a spectator, I think
As a
you're
spectator,
There's a lot of
you
those
like to
in St. Louis. A lot of local title
They
players.
are, yep.
I think Joy and I were doing a count the other day, and we got close to estimating that there were 37 to 40 grandmasters in and around the city of St. Louis. And that's a long way from 2006 and 7 when we started, when there were exactly 0.
Wow. Exactly. Cristian mentioned that last night he went out to dinner. He bumped into Hikaru at the restaurants. Is it common for you that you go to a restaurant and you discover that the chess players?
Well, yeah, but what happens when I walk in is they all scatter.
Rex, thank you so much for joining us, and
thank you guys for a great job.
For all your support. For all your support. Yeah,
you are absolutely the best.
You're only saying that because it's true.
That's right.
Cristian,
so much, Rex.
where is the action?
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what's happening with Tatev. It does seem like Tatev found the best moves in the position. Take a look at this. So after knight takes c4, knight takes f4, we were discussing about this, and just a simple castle. Right. Just a simple castle. Don't go for knight takes c4, bishop takes g2. Don't go for that poison pawn. What you're trying to do is limiting white's opportunities in the position. Great move, great position for Tatev, and I think right now Alice Lee is in tremendous danger.
Trying to equalize.
She just played the move a3, but after bishop takes c3, what do you take with, first of all? Right now with the king on g8, this is a completely different situation than what we were looking at.
I take with the rook because I want to be also recapturing
across,
maybe rook on c4.
You're absolutely forced to take with the rook.
Yeah.
Because if you take with the pawn, this is basically the same position that you were discussing.
Castle.
But now you have the castle
Already.
on the board. Yes.
Yep.
And after bishop takes g2, this position seems to be just simply winning.
Better.
Seeing right now, Tatev trying to ponder her options, bishop takes c3 being the main one. She should think about going for. Don't go bishop e7, don't lose any more.
Can she be thinking about knight takes c4 first?
But why? Why? What's
the idea is that I want you to recapture that knight with the bishop.
But I will not. I will take your bishop. I will take your bishop for sure.
And now I cannot capture that pawn because queen b3
Queen
is
b3 I think
it.
might be trapping that knight.
But the reason why she might be just pausing here, because I find the move bishop to d6 rather attractive in the sense that the rook on c1 is passive, right? And by capturing the knight, I'm allowing you to recapture with the rook and maybe activate your rook. After the move bishop d6, I've still got knight c4 on the agenda, but more importantly, how are you handling the attack? If you capture the bishop?
Yes, let's capture it.
I recapture, gift me the pawn. And
this is just so uncomfortable for me.
Right, it just feels like Tatev is actually spoiled for choice. She can take the knight.
I have an idea. So you
Please.
go bishop d6.
Excuse me, I hit the wrong. Yes, yes.
I capture that bishop.
I capture.
You capture. I play bishop d3.
Bishop David 3. And you know I can resist anything.
But don't capture that pawn on d4. So you capture first on f4 because queen takes d4. That would be a big blunder. Discarded attack right there.
Oops. Done that before, trust me. Queen takes f4 though.
Now my castle.
Okay, so more or less we just have a pair of knights on the board as compared to those other variations where I was trading on c4 and so on. Okay, I guess you can play.
I can play knight e2 or knight b5, but maybe after knight b5 you can just kick me with c6 and then recapture with the rook.
Yeah.
So knight e2, I need to guard that pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, guess what? You're just going to be fighting a pawn down, right? I'll put my knight in the center.
So I still go knight g3 here?
Oh, but
Remember
I'm not saying you're not going to get some compensation or something like that, but it's just an extra pawn, right?
For white. No,
on,
it's
isn't-
equal.
Why? I took a pawn on f4. Why aren't I winning a pawn?
You were
Because
down
you
a pawn.
sacrificed the pawn from
You were
d5.
down a pawn. Yes. Yes.
You know,
I keep forgetting about
I-
the material count also. I have to say this is a very strange,
So when I
strange
play,
pawn structure.
so when I captured the pawn on f4, I'm just restoring the material
Yes, now
equality.
it's balanced.
Yeesh. I'm going to go to the remedial.
And one day you may recapture that pawn on
chess
d4,
basics.
but then I'm also targeting your weakness on c7.
No, I'm sorry. I'm in a completely different universe. So at this moment, after the move a3, Tatev is trying to win a pawn back.
Right, so let's say
Got
bishop takes c3,
All right,
and now you capture with rook,
I did.
as Cristian prescribed.
Yes, I'll capture with the rook. And I'm enjoying an extra pawn. Let me say that like 5 times to myself fast, so it gets ingrained.
So now,
Rook takes c3.
what, queen f6?
Queen f6. Again, you're not helping. You could help me develop. I just want to point out one possibility is that in this position, there was a reason I didn't, as black, want to see this rook come swinging across, and that was that I was afraid that there would be a rook sacrifice or some kinds of sacrifice against the black king, and this rook is already, after rook takes g7 check to come flying over. Also, I could play rook takes c4. You still have to some work to win back the pawn, right? It's not like bishop
Tatev
takes
captured.
c3.
Good move by Tatev.
And we've got to recapture with the rook. Rook takes c3.
Now I think queen f6 looks like a logical move. We are just developing, targeting that pawn on f4, and we want to bring rook to that d file.
Yes, we do. Very, very much so.
So-
Rook to d8, yes.
What about knight d5?
Knight to d5.
Have we looked at this line?
No. No, this is more or less kind of the first time we're seeing the position. So you make a tempo against my rook, I'll make a tempo against...
Let's go rook to b8. Now I'm just trying to take advantage, and it is a bit unusual, but I'm trying to take advantage of, let's say, your discombobulated pieces. The rook on b3, the bishop still on f1. It seems like you're all over the place, right?
I am.
A bit splattered around the board.
There's not a lot of harmony in my position.
Right.
That is for darn sure. Yes.
Queen
Yes.
to d2, maybe queen f6 right now.
Queen f6. And we're kind of seeing this queen being pulled, lured.
I need to do something. I need to get to that f4 square before you finish your development, right?
Exactly. Knight to e5.
And this is the big question. Do I
I'm trying to trick.
go rook d8 and say that, you know what, I don't want to see a knight landing on d7?
Fair.
Or do I try something else?
Great compensation. How does the engine evaluate?
Well,
the
compensation
position?
as in I'm going to take that pawn back. That's
Well,
the thing. I
then
don't
it
think
would-
you can
then-
defend
then-
it.
So then the engine just thinks it's advantage black.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes. Yes.
Okay. Well,
This seems to
that's-
be advantage
For-
black.
for-
And
for-
perhaps
for
we didn't
Tatev.
even play the best moves. Queen f6 might not have been the best move.
Okay.
The engine really loves this idea, so keep going with that variation.
Knight to d5.
Sure.
Yes?
Yeah. Knight d5,
I played rook to b3 just
rook
because
b3,
I
rook
wanted.
b8, queen d2. It's fine.
Okay.
And sometimes, and this is something that the engine really loves, once again, it's about keeping that bishop on f1, defense of the pawn on g2. You want to liberate that, you have to go f3. And that's going to weaken your position a lot. Knight e7, knight f5 seems to be a maneuver that the engine really loves in this position. Knight e7, you have ideas of bishop d5, queen d5, knight comes to f5. And once again, once I play the move bishop to d5, I'm starting to have some ideas down the b file as well.
I agree. You get in knight f5 most especially. I hate playing f3 though,
I
Cristian.
know.
I mean, it just feels like that's just such an ugly move.
It's not a fun move to make. Can I still go knight f5?
Yeah, here I'm very, very tempted just to give the pawn back, hoping to make some kind of an equality after knight takes d4, rook d3. Maybe I don't make equality, actually.
Yeah, knight takes d4, rook d3, c5.
And you're nicely anchored.
And in fact, I have some big threats in the position. For example, castle doesn't work.
Bishop b4.
Because of bishop b4, and then knight f3 check.
Difficult.
This was good for black.
You're not getting out. You're
Nope.
not getting out.
No, I agree. I don't like, oops, excuse me, that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to refresh.
I have to
don't
say,
like
guys, this is a
the
golden
way-
opportunity for Tatev.
Yeah, I don't like the way Alice played the opening. I think the knight e5, knight takes c4. I would have played bishop g5. I would have played bishop
But also, let's
e5.
give kudos to Tatev. So far, she has
She's
been playing
tricked.
a brilliant game, right?
Yes,
Like, she's a
yes.
pawn down. She knows that because she's not here in the studio forgetting about the count of pawns. She sure knows that she's a pawn down, and she's still playing the best moves.
Yeah. And let's find out a little bit more about Tatev.
So, Women Grandmaster Tatev Abrahamyan, this is her 4th American Cup appearance, but this is the farthest she's ever went to in this event. And she's, by the way, 2006 Girls Under 18 Pan American Chess Champion.
2006.
She's my Olympic teammate for many,
Right.
many years.
Many times a competitor in the U.S. Women's Championship.
I think
She
3
always
times
seems
or
to
2
be,
times finishing second.
yeah, always fighting for the podium. A2, A3, and Tatev debating between bishop takes. Oh, we do have it. Sorry, she's already made the move.
And Alice recaptured with the rook, as we expected.
I was about to say she was debating between bishop d6 or capturing on c3. Captures on c3, rook takes c3, and here is where we've been looking at knight to d5. Just putting a question. One of the things that we didn't, rook b3 seems to be very adequately met, let's say, by rook to b8. How about rook to c3, rook to g3? Give me a checkmate.
Okay, I think we take that pawn on f4.
Knight takes f4. Now, can I frighten you somehow? I don't have much in the way of development, I must say. Queen to...
Yasser, I think I'm going to take another pawn.
Exactly. Nice defense, by the way. My king's in the center. I mean, if my rook on h1, if my king was on h1, my rook was on e1, I think we'd have something to talk about. This looks like just a dead end. The attack just doesn't exist, which is why I played rook b3, rook b8, and a nice move by Cristian, knight to e7, redirecting the knight with purpose to the f5 square while also opening up the diagonal. I hate the move f2, f3. Just,
Yeah, I really like this move, knight e7. I think it's difficult to find it at the board because the knight is sitting in the center perfectly. So you think about developing your queen from d8.
Queen
but
f6, rook
transferring
d8.
this knight to f5 to target that pawn on d4 and opening up the bishop, that's a great idea.
I wholeheartedly agree. Time a factor in this one?
Alice Lee, 40 seconds, Tatev 46 minutes.
40
Tatev,
seconds?
40
I was like...
40 minutes.
Dang, 40 seconds. Better speed it up. So more or less...
See, we get also confused with changing formats.
More or less, Alice has played her moves just a tad faster, but with the current position, and again, we're expecting the move knight to d5. Not the only move, because again, your pawn down, and one of the first priorities is to recover the pawn, and queen f6 sure looks attractive, right? You want to take, you want to target, the pawn on f4 as well as the pawn on d4.
Queen f6 looks like the most logical move to me.
Exactly. And knight e5, the tempo, it turns out to be even stronger. I'm gonna change to the open section.
Just a number of moves were played there.
When we left it just after, takes on before bishop d2, and we were dropping back with bishop e7. We looked at a5 as well. Ooh, check this one out, c5. Now, normally, again, from my experiences with the Catalan, it had always been about this move, c7, c5, and the idea was that if black got in that move without any bad things happening, they've equalized. But maybe bad things are happening because we've just seen a very surprise move, knight to d3. Let's stop and, is that the first move that you were thinking about?
For knight d3?
Yeah, well, for c5.
Yeah, no, for me this seems a little risky because the king is still in the center for black.
Yeah, the first thing I was thinking about was capturing on b4 and trying to put a knight on c4. But I'll tell you what I think the tactical justification is behind this move, knight to d3. First of all, yes, I just want to take a pawn, right? And if you take on d2, before I reach for the d2 pawn and allow you to capture my pawn, knight takes c5, reminding you.
And even if black
pieces
plays queen d5, by the way, queen d5 now on the board.
Queen d5, threatening checkmate in one.
But we can take here knight takes bishop.
Yes, exactly. So knight d3 is a cute tactic by Hikaru. He's angling for knight takes c5 after bishop d2. Hence, we see the move checkmate. And now,
no e4 on the board, so you have to play f3.
We take on d2. So the difference is knight takes c5. A moment ago, you showed us a nice variation where somehow your bishop went to e3. I don't know, I think you tricked us, but you came through g5.
True.
I remember. But this is so
they play the move, knight takes bishop.
f2, f3, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2. Now, I think the engine liked trading queens. I certainly did. If you took with the pawn, it seems like the queen could end up being a tactical target. Knight to c5, threatening knight b6, rook to a5, and so forth. Queen takes d4, excuse me. Queen takes d4, queen takes d4, c takes d4. We've caught up with the players. And now...
What's the material balance? So black has an
pawn,
extra pawn.
Which white is probably a very, very big favorite of recapturing, right? Because the knight can jump to c4.
Look at this time difference.
What is the time difference?
23 minutes for Fabiano and 1 hour 7 minutes for Hikaru. That is a 40 minutes difference.
Well, in this particular case, there's no question about it. You just got to tip your hat and say, fantastic opening preparation by Team Hikaru. He's coming out with a 40-minute time advantage against somebody who really does consider himself justifiably as one of the best prepared players in the world. Fabiano Caruana, you don't get to be number 2 for like 10 years or thereabouts without great opening preparation. And
but I have to say, good find by Fabiano as well, this queen to d5 entering this endgame.
Yeah.
This is a good endgame for black.
But that was a bit of a surprise for me, was the move knight to d3.
Exactly. Much more difficult would have been rook to c1 with the same idea to attack the pawn on c5.
Right.
But this is a completely different situation because right now...
After queen d5,
I can even
f3.
go maybe knight to f3 back.
Oh, sorry.
Right, I can even do that. But I believe f3 should work as well.
Okay, takes.
Yes.
And unlike the current situation, I've included...
And guess
First
what?
of all, the knight is on e5.
You have knight takes f7.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
And as well as rook c7 check.
It's a big difference. Knight f7, rook c7, and you're going to suffer in that endgame.
Yeah.
Equal pawns, but your pawns are much worse than mine.
Like I said, I mean, I always like it when my opponent's retreating. Knight e5 to d3, good job. The next turn you can go to e1 if you like.
c1.
You know, like,
E1.
just go away. Just go away. It isn't intuitive to retreat the knight. Rook c1. What would have happened, Cristian, if Hikaru had played rook c1?
Well, again, rook to c1 is just much more difficult to combat because, again, this queen d5 doesn't really work as well because of what we've just seen. You have to find moves such as knight to e4. The thing is, Fabi's feeling good right now because he's played 5 moves or so very quickly. He's entered an endgame which is somewhat simplified. right? It's not going to be as difficult to calculate. What Hikaru should have done with such a lead on the clock, with only 20 minutes for Fabiano, keep the position as complicated as possible.
Absolutely.
Keep the queens on the board.
Right.
So this is extending a lifeline, I would say, to Fabiano, a practical lifeline, because he's never been worse in this game, much worse at least, right? Just the usual opening advantage for white. But this is a lifeline from a practical perspective, because there's not that many things to calculate for black right now. For knight to e4, rook to a4, just continue this one. It's all about forcing you to trade on d2. You have to continue with a5. Very simple moves, such as knight takes d2. It seems to be already bad.
Ooh.
It seems to be already bad for black. D takes e5, nice move, attacking the bishop on b4, and the knight on d2 is still under attack. c6 as well. Guess what? You're in trouble. So right now, I would say, if anything, Fabi has to be happy, given the way the game continued in the last 5 moves or so. Yes.
For those of you who are joining us late, basically, Hikaru and Alice have
extra life.
Extra life. So they would need to lose in the classical matches that we're witnessing today and tomorrow to produce this scenario, which would be what would happen on Monday if the champs get upset.
Exactly. So if Hikaru or Alice loses, there will be rapid grand finals. So there will be a rematch. 2 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment, and again, blitz playoff match if necessary, and then again if necessary, and then Armageddon.
It all comes down to, that will be my birthday and you will be bringing me chocolates. I know you guys are fighting over the honor, bringing a box of chocolates.
I'll bring you chocolates.
You're so very sweet. That did not happen, because I just wanted to say the current position. I wanted to go back to the current position. Hikaru played the move knight to d3. I think he's happy with the ending. I think Fabi is happy that despite his time disparity, he's simplified the position. Now, from Hikaru's point of view, he's targeting the pawn on d4, but also the pawn on a6. So Hikaru is thinking about moves like knight to c5, trying to drive that bishop away and to win this pawn. He is thinking about moves like rook to a4, targeting this pawn, then doubling up, and then again following it up with knight c5.
And what about knight c4, a5?
And then he's thinking about knight c4 to d6, knight c4 to a5. And so he thinks, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I'm a big favorite. Once I win the pawn back, I'll be a big favorite to have an advantage. But then the question is, concretely, like, okay, please make a move. I mean, black is thinking, Fabi's thinking, look, if I can castle and bring my rook maybe to b8, I'll have a very easy draw. I'll put my bishop on d5, and I don't care if you win a pawn back or not.
I'm even considering if we want to castle or just quickly get king e7, rook c8.
Sometimes your king is better in the center. So let's start with the most visually concrete looking move. I want to play rook a4 and I want to take the pawn. Okay.
I will give you the pawn, king e7.
King e7, there you go.
Not much fight there about the pawn.
It didn't turn out to be the Donnybrook I was expecting. I thought you would resist with everything you've got, but rook takes d4.
Okay, rook h, c8.
Rook h, c8. Makes sense, developing. Now, I don't know if I'm afraid of this move or not, but one of the things I do like is I love, oh, wait a minute. I think I blundered the d file. Apologies.
Yes, I do. D8.
Yeah, my pieces are messed up. I love the picket fence of the f3 and e4. It restrains the bishop, it restrains the knight, but I have a traffic issue on the d file. So knight to c4 first, intending moves like e4.
Okay, now I will go rook d8.
Well, that was crafty. You tricked me into...
Because I do want to trade a pair of rooks.
And there's very little I can do about that.
Okay, rook captures.
Rook takes. And I don't know, rook a1. So this is more or less, I would say this is more or less the maximum that white could do, right? Is to get an ending where, okay, then, oh no, you have rook, bishop takes f3. Oh, apology, I missed bishop takes f3. These Catalan endings where you get a knight on d3 can sometimes be a little bit awkward for black. I put a rook on a1, I put a knight on c5, and I make great pretenses.
So I'm going to play rook b8 because I want to put pressure on that b3 pawn.
With good reason, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Rook, I want to put pressure on this pawn. Okay.
Bishop d5.
Sure. And what I'm trying to achieve is I know you have the light square bishop, so I'm trying to achieve dark square control. I want to put my pawn on b4. I especially want to put my knight on c5, and I want to put my pawn on e4 so that the knight on f6 is a little stuck and the bishop is a little stuck. I'm going to just say it's easier to play white.
I agree.
You know, like Fabi still has a lot of questions to be answered. And with that,
we go to break. And Cristian, during that break, is going to be talking to Hikaru Nakamura. Enjoy it.
What did you say? What did you say?
Hikaru, you skipped last year's American Cup, and technically, you know, maybe in your opinion as well, you are the defending champion from 2023. Now, that was an incredible match against Wesley So in the grand finals. How are you seeing this championship unfold?
Yeah, so I think for me, it's somewhat unpredictable. I haven't played a lot of classical chess recently. I know I did win 2 years ago, but a lot can change. And I think if I look at the field here, nothing against Wesley, but I actually think that the quality of his play has gone down quite a bit in the last 2 years relative to, say, Fabiano, very specifically, where I think his level has probably remained the same or maybe gotten a little bit better in a sense. So I think a lot has changed in 2 years. That being said, I think that I have as good a chance as anybody does. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to a lot of critical moments and the decisions that I make. There are probably the moments where I need to be more conservative, moments where I need to take chances. And I think whether I make the right decisions in those moments is going to play a big role in terms of whether I can win this event again.
You've said it quite a few times that your focus is not necessarily on classical as much as it used to be. Does that have an rejuvenating effect to your chess? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly you have to find the motivation. And if I'm being frank, I think probably with the exception of maybe Mishra here, I guess Ray's sort of in no man's land in a way. But when I look at myself, Fabiano, Wesley, Levon, and Lenier specifically, all of us have played in or tried to qualify for the candidates tournament multiple times. And I think that when you just play classical over and over again, it's very, very difficult. I would actually say I'm quite curious to see how Fabiano does this year, simply because he's in this very weird situation where he's already qualified for the candidates. So in a sense, there's almost nothing for him to play for. So I'm really excited to see what sort of openings things he does. But then back to the main point, when you're just playing all these classical terms, you sort of lose the motivation, you lose the excitement. Of course, you end up preparing the same openings over and over again. And I think the fact that I don't play that frequently, it makes the game feel a lot fresher than it would if I were playing in the Grand Chess Tour, for example. So I think because of that, it has helped my chess quite a bit. And I think I have a much better approach for that reason. But still, you know, it is good to play here or there. And I've said this a few times already, but probably my schedule in terms of whether I try to qualify for the candidates seriously or just play the World Cup, probably a lot of that will hinge on how I perform this event.
Now, you're playing against Mishra, a newcomer to the competition in round one. You're obviously bringing an incredible baggage of experience. Mishra is bringing the youth and the enthusiasm, let's say. How are you going to leverage that experience to take the best out of Mishra?
Yeah, so I think playing against Mishra, it'll be quite different. He's one of the juniors who's been on the rise for a while now. He became, I believe, the youngest grandmaster in the world about 4 years ago. So he's someone who I've seen play. I've seen him play from afar. I saw his performance in the U.S. Championship. He had a couple of very nice games. I remember the win against Sam Shanklin specifically. So it'll be interesting. I think that certainly experience should play a role. Also, this is a little bit of a different format versus the U.S. Championship where you just play everybody one time. Here it's a match format. So I think my chances are very good. But, also I've been around for a long time. And I think when you've been around for a long time, in some ways it's more fun playing against people like Mishra or the juniors versus, say, a Fabiano or Levon, who, I suspect against both of them, I probably played at least between all the formats, 200 games at least, maybe even 250. And so sometimes in a way it's quite a challenge, and it's really exciting to do. So I'm just looking forward to playing against him. I think that there's certain weaknesses and strengths that he has, and hopefully I can exploit them in our match.
Obviously, you're known as a speed demon. You're extremely high ranked in Rapid and Blitz, but your classical has not been very shabby either in the last couple of years. In this competition, which one do you feel is your strongest suit?
For me, as I look at it, I think classical is probably where I should be best objectively. It's very hard to know when you look at someone's career where the peaks are. When they're in decline, it's very tough to judge. But the one thing that I would say, just for myself, having seen a lot of players, and I'll give like two examples. Not they're necessarily, at least one's playing here, so I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say they're necessarily over the hill. But I look at like Gadakamsky, and when I played him in, I think it was 2013 or 2014. He was around 2760. He was, I think, around top 5, top 6 in the world. And within 6 months, he was down around like 2720 and very quickly sort of fell off. And Lenier Dominguez around that same time was also, I think, around 2760, 2770. And then he kind of sort of ended up down around 2750 in that range, and he's never really come back from there. So you can kind of, I think, fall very suddenly and for no apparent reason. And so for myself, I think that when I look at my classical, it's been very, very solid. I think my rapid and blitz, at least in recent times, have not been very good. When I look at the Champions Showdown, I think I was winning every blitz game, and I know I won against Levon in one of them, but I had cleanly winning positions in every game, and I only won 1 out of 3. So my conversion rate wasn't good there. Rapid, I thought, was okay. So I think for me, the big thing is going to be to go after in classical. I don't think I'll be making quick draws.
And it's quite interesting that you mentioned the cycles that players go through. You yourself went through one of them, dropped from 2800 to 2730. Now you're back to 2800. What did you do at that point when you felt that decline?
Well, I think the pandemic saved my chess career. I don't think there's any other way of putting it, really. I think that chess is a very psychological game. It's very mental. One thing that I try to do, obviously people know I'm very active on social media, is sort of talk about the chess career, how that goes, traveling a lot, struggling to make ends meet. It's very difficult. And I think that when you have all these sorts of things on your mind, you have this baggage, it's very difficult to play optimal chess. And so for me, with the pandemic happening, finding success in streaming, that really changed everything for me. And I think I was able to enjoy the game. And I think a lot of the players near the top, they don't enjoy the game. Even Magnus, for example, I strongly suspect he doesn't enjoy the game that he did maybe 10 years ago even, and finding the positivity, finding the joy in the game is really critical, almost in a way more than the actual level of play, because I don't necessarily think I'm a better player than I was in 2015 when I crossed 2800 the first time, but the results are better. And so I think for me, it was more psychological than anything in terms of getting back. But I think without the pandemic, without everything that happened with the total chess boom during the pandemic, I suspect I would have been retired by like 2021 or 2022 and long gone by now.
Great story, Hikaru. Thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back to day 8 of the American Cup, and we are watching the first classical game, the first game of the match for the grand finale between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, and Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan.
Coming out of the opening, Hikaru Nakamura has a huge advantage on the clock. In fact, as far as I can see, just coming out about 22 minutes only for Fabi, whereas Hikaru nearly has an hour. So a great opening preparation. At the moment, Hikaru is sacrificed a pawn and is a favorite to win the pawn back, and Fabi is still trying to figure out how to guide the position towards a draw. But tell us how the players got here.
Let's look at the brackets, and we will start with the women's final bracket. So here we see it was Alice Lee, who is the champion of the champions bracket, who also earned the champions bonus, $9,000 for winning this bracket.
And then because Tatev got delegated to the elimination, she had to come back.
Yes, she had to win against Irina Krush in the rapid games, and she managed to win that match 2-0. And that made her the finalist of the elimination bracket, so she gets to challenge Alice Lee in the classical chess. But Alice Lee has an extra life, because even if she manages to lose this match, she can have a rematch in the classical games, in the rapid games.
Manages to lose. I like that. And what about the open section, Kate?
In the open section, the winner here is Hikaru Nakamura. I don't know what's happening.
It's good. It's good. It's all good.
And he managed to win the bonus, $15,000. He relegated Fabiano Caruana to the elimination bracket, but Fabiano managed to win again against Levon Aronian, being the finalist in the elimination bracket and coming back to challenge Hikaru Nakamura in the classical chess.
And again, should Fabi win this classical match, that extra life that Hikaru has, as does Alice Lee, means that we will have a rapid decider. And after, well, a significant struggle with the clock, Castles.
And Hikaru decided to put on a jacket.
That jacket's coming on and off quite a lot. Which makes perfect sense, by the way. You know, you would like maybe on a different set of circumstance to leave your king in the center, but that just makes it vulnerable to a knight c5 check. If you go king e7, I got rook c7, so castles. And now the whole point of what do rooks belong on open file is so that you could
go to the 7th rank.
And for certain, this is what Hikaru's move, rook c1, was intended to do, is to play rook to c7. How do you think Fabi, who took some time before castling, how do you think Fabi wants to handle this?
I think Fabi wants to play rook a to b8.
Rook on a to b8, okay. So
I like the rook on f8 to be defending pawn on f7. You know, sometimes you jump with the knight to e5 and then you have another target.
Okay. And because Hikaru sacrificed a pawn, I would be anticipating that he would like to play knight to c5 in order to win his pawn back. Attacking the bishop on b7, don't think about playing rook f8 to c8. I've got this nasty rook takes b7 capture in mind.
So I go bishop c8?
I know. But now you just think, I know you want to play bishop c8, but just think to yourself, that bishop on c8, right? It's not a beauty.
No, it's not.
It's not a beauty.
It's a French bishop.
It's sort of like one of those things that, you can just imagine that you are dreaming. You're dreaming of one day playing e5 and getting that bishop out. Because if I get to play f4, king f2, slowly increase my control. But
if I go knight e3, I don't see how you put more pressure.
Can I try after rook c7 something else?
Of course.
Like all the way back?
Of course, from the start.
Sure.
But, I mean, he played rook c1, and his intention has to be rook c7.
Right.
And what would you like to do?
Maybe I just go bishop d5.
Bishop to d5 makes perfect sense.
Look, I've been struggling to find a place for that bishop. I really don't like it on c8.
I don't either.
I don't. I might as well try to keep your knight at least to the defense of that pawn on b3. It feels natural, right?
Yes. It's funny. It's like I need a whole series of moves. I need b4. I need rook a5. I need knight c5. I need king f2. What do I like?
You started with b4. Okay.
Okay. I'm picking.
What if I go rook b8 now? Rook fb8.
Rook fb8. King f. Sorry, that was supposed.
Don't forget, you're still a pawn down.
Oh yeah, no, I've been a pawn down. I'm slow playing my pawn disadvantage.
Maybe knight e8. Try to jump to d6.
You're kicking me out of.
I am. I don't like that rook of yours.
Okay, so come back. Knight.
Back you go.
Back I go.
Okay, what's your threat right now?
I don't really think I have a threat so much. I'm just playing.
Let's go knight
position.
d6. Knight
to d6.
I'm just trying to make normal moves.
Exactly.
And I'm not using an engine for this one. Because the engine is basically saying at this point it's just completely equal. Like 0-0 everywhere.
The problem is...
Question is practically. How does it feel practically is the question.
I wanted to play rook to a5, but knight c4.
I would go knight c4, yes.
No.
That
okay.
White has to be worried afterwards.
Well, my rook gets kicked around, but why did he play rook c1? Like in this position, he could have asked a direct question, rook a4, and doubled rooks and played very purposefully knight c5 to win the pawn on a6. He played rook c1, presumably, so he could play rook c7. Now, after bishop d5, the problem I'm having is my rook is, oops, excuse me, I apologize. The knight is going to
I like this rerouting of the knight.
Yes, exactly. I was mentioning how happy I was having the pawns on f3 and e4. If your knight lands on d6, then it can jump to c3. Can go knight to b5 to c3. My pawn is not so effective anymore on f3. I don't know. I don't see exactly how Hikaru intends to further pressure the position.
Well, let's try it again. Let's try it out without the help of the engine too much, because I really want to understand how practical.
Okay, so let's say I play rook c4.
You try rook c4. Okay.
Give me the pawn.
So what would I do? Would I give you the pawn, or would I try to focus my attention fully on that pawn on b3? Let's try bishop d5. You know what? I'm trying to.
You're a generous person.
I'm just trying to.
Your whole life, you've been generous.
Rook b8.
Rook b8. Now I have to pause. b4 kind of takes away.
At least it closes the rook up.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. So never mind. b4. I'm going to play e4, and I'm going to play knight to c5, and I'm going to be happy.
Wait, can I try to trap your rook?
Yes, that was what I was afraid of.
How would you do it, though, is the question.
My rook doesn't have too many squares, and the only thing you can really use to attack me is your pawn.
But your knight on d3 is...
Happy.
Yeah, it's controlling that square.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try rook b5. I don't know exactly what I'm doing with that rook b5. Maybe I should just play h6 and say, you know what? I really don't like getting checkmated on that side.
Okay. So I know Ulf Andersson was one of the really, really great Catalan players, and he loved having his knight protected, and he would be very reticent to play the move e4. I'm less so. I'm courageous and bold and all of that good stuff. I'll play king f2.
That was a
just
nice
improving.
Speech. Just a great speech.
Thank you. Thank you. Great speech.
A beautiful speech. Knight d7.
Whoa, now.
Don't ask me what I'm doing with that knight.
Now you are encouraging me. You truly did encourage me
Bishop
among
c6
to get in that move. Bishop to c6, and my knight on d2 needs a life.
Bishop b5.
My knight on d3 needs a life. Yay.
Yeah, but this one cannot really be that good. Knight takes c5 followed by rook d8. I think I'm fine.
Rook
that bishop is nicely protecting against any sort of knight jumps. I should be fine.
True that.
I think once I land my bishop on b5,
you know,
I should be perfectly fine.
It's funny, I was thinking I was going to be able to shift my knight to c5. Not so easy to do that. Not so easy to do that. It seems like if you're just willing to part with the pawn, you give it back and put your bishop on b5, let's say. Somehow manage to put your bishop on b5. It's
one last try.
Bad.
Should we go with knight c5 and try to take that pawn on a6?
But then why did I start with rook c1?
It's a good question. Well, rook c1, I mean, cannot really be a bad placed piece. You want to start with rook. Okay, that's fine.
Bishop
I'll take on b7. And I'll take on a6.
Aha, this way.
Right.
Okay, so this guy's alive. Yay.
For the moment.
Yay.
Rook d6.
For the moment. I guess I really did mess up the back rank checkmate. But you still have rook to d6. Okay, but in that case...
Rook a4. Okay, we have a new move. We didn't even consider this move.
No, that...
No, we were
I was looking
at
rook c4.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, again, my question is, if white has an advantage, you have to be very, very precise.
Correct.
Now, in this position, the most forcing is to play rook a4. If you play rook d8, to play knight c5, and to play rook a1, right?
Okay,
so
this I
he
feel
included
it's a very good move.
Rook c1, and I don't know why he did that. Sorry, you think this is a good move?
My idea,
yes,
I think this is Hikaru's idea as well with rook a4. We've been looking at this rook c4 idea for a very long time. And very often you had this bishop d5, you take on d4, and then bishop c6, bishop b5 really quick.
Okay.
Now with rook a4, you don't have that because of the rook on c1. So you don't have a transfer of the bishop on b5.
Okay, so
you are just controlling the c6 square. That's the key,
that's
key
right.
job of
rook
that
c7
rook.
now. At least I want to push that bishop on c8. If I manage to get the bishop on c8, I'll consider that a victory, somewhat of a moral victory.
Okay, just a second. What am I thinking of? Bishop to d4. Bishop d. No, I guess I have to play rook b8.
Right. And now maybe I can go knight c5.
Knight c5.
Are we that happy with this?
I am not sure.
Okay. Finally, I got the bishop on c8. I don't know what that accomplishes.
Yes, sir. Can we play instead of bishop c8, d3?
Ooh.
I did not consider that move.
d3. Okay. Let's say I take knight takes d3.
Bishop takes f3. There was one iteration where bishop f3 was working. Not in this case.
And now we go bishop d5. And you don't have that knight c5 anymore.
But I have the 7th rank, right? I'll take on a6.
If I take on b3?
You take on b3, we exchange there. And then I go rook a7. You can start with rook a7 as well.
And I'm no. I'm not a
rook
I'm not
f8, knight d5.
No,
I
I'm
get
not a
something,
happy.
right?
The rooks landed on the 7th rank, and they're very aggressive.
I get something.
They're very aggressively placed.
No,
I
rook
didn't
a4
like that.
actually was the best move in the position. The one
But
that creates the only issues in black's position.
Did the engine like rook c1?
Yeah. Rook c1 was fine.
That was the
Again,
number one choice?
Everything is more or less equal at this point.
Okay.
Rook c1 is one of the moves that keep it balanced.
But the more direct rook a4 wasn't anything any way better.
My guess is that it's completely equal also.
Just the same.
The thing is, after rook a4, I do get this, if I really want to. Bishop
And that
c6,
was
bishop
what-
b5. This is what we want.
What Hikaru was trying to prevent.
He's trying to stop him from going bishop c6, bishop b5. And I think that's why he spent so much of his time on this one. He's trying to find a way to keep that bishop on c8. Don't allow that bishop to find that b5 square. Because once the bishop lands on b5, black pretty much solves all of his problems.
Which raises a question. If what you've just said is true, why don't I play rook c8 in order to force bishop to c6?
That's probably a good question.
He says, if you get your bishop to b5, you equalize. So I say, okay, let's put the bishop on b5.
That's a good question.
Maybe there's knight c5 now.
Let's go knight c5.
Okay.
Even though knight c5 doesn't really threaten anything. Knight c5, you can go knight d7.
There's a, sorry. Yeah, that e5.
That might be a problem.
Knight d7. Yeah,
Yeah,
oops,
yeah.
you can't play knight c5. So you told me to post the bishop on b4.
Let's see how
b5
easy
and
it
make
is.
it equality.
Yeah, rook fc8 is one of the main moves.
One of the main moves. yeah.
Yes. Now you take on c8, rook takes c8, and rook takes d4. Bishop c6, more or less very close to equality. Rook c4, bishop d7. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, slight advantage, but is this an advantage?
I think it's optical. I don't
king
think
goes to
it's,
d6.
I don't think it's significant.
I don't see it. I simply don't see it. Once again, it's one of those positions. I've talked about this when Fabiano played Levon, and I almost got in trouble because of this. This is the type of position that I simply don't see 2700 level plus players getting outplayed.
Right.
Almost never.
Right.
Like out of 100 games, maybe I see one accident where one of these players loses. It's just too simple.
Yeah. I remember a fantastic game. It was Zoltan Ribley. He was white against Anatoly Karpov. He had a knight on d3 and a pawn on e2 and a pawn on f4 and a pawn on f2. It was a Catalan structure, 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Black had a bishop on d6, and it was a very easy win for Zoltan Ribley. He won against Anatoly. Whenever Anatoly Karpov lost, like the whole world stopped and tried to
Look at that
understand why.
game.
Yeah, look at that game. And Zoltan won a game of a good knight, essentially, versus a bad bishop. And it was not intuitively obvious. But here, we're seeing variations where Fabi puts his bishop on b5. It's not a bad bishop anymore. Let's go to the game of
Fabi has
Tatev.
only 15 minutes. One last thing to point out. 15 minutes against Hikaru's 40 minutes.
That could become very, very significant. I mean, the position still... there was a game earlier in the tournament between Levon Aronian, who was white, against Fabi. Fabi had equalized out of the opening. But then suddenly a series of just not so precise moves, and Fabi was on the back foot, and we were saying, hey, wait a minute, our defending champion, Levon Aronian, is beginning to win. Here it's one of those positions, too, that it's very easy to just kind of drift, if you will. Let white play moves like king f2, rook takes d4, drift a little bit more, and then the bishop becomes passive.
Yes, and then
c5.
It may be very equal endgame, but with the knights controlling important squares, there will need to be, Fabi will need to be accurate in certain situations, and that's difficult if you have only 7 minutes or so on the clock. But yes, let's go and switch to the game.
Never forget, some positions are more equal than others. Sorry, you wanted to take us to Tatev.
Let's switch to the champions there. Alice Lee against Tatev Abrahamyan.
Ooh, and we were just saying a long while back.
Maybe if we move back.
Yeah, a long while ago, Cristian was saying that in order to develop your king side, you have to play the move f2, f3. And guess what? Alice has done that, and it still looks ugly to me that you have to play the move f3. When we left it just after captures, queen f6, queen d2.
And we were saying that instead of queen f6, the computer suggests to play knight d5.
That was, and we were looking at a position after rook b3.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, queen d2, just defending the pawn, and then this very nice knight e7, playing for knight f5 and for the open bishop. We found it difficult to play Alice's position. A different approach was taken, and that
queen f6
was queen
very natural move. You just
queen
develop the
d2.
queen, you target the pawns.
Knight c4, pawn on g2 is hanging, so rook takes, rook d8, queen e3. I guess just sidestepping c5 issues.
Now, Tatev is signaling, I am going to double the rooks on the d file, and I want to capture the pawn on d4.
That's a pretty nice signal. That's a pretty good idea. And
f3, finally, Alice decided to do so she can develop her bishop from f1.
Let's understand what Alice is probably thinking, okay, it's time to develop, right? Bishop e2, and in case of rook takes d4, we have rook takes c7, and at long last we get the castle. Ah, how sweet. But is that the end of the story? I'm not sure. By the way, we just have the doubled rooks.
Well,
So-
do I have to capture the pawn immediately? Let's just move back for a second. Or you're happy about this position?
I don't know. I was trying to come to an understanding. Excuse me. I was trying to come to an understanding over the move bishop a6. I can't capture the bishop and allow rook check. I might just get my king mated. You know, my king's going to go for a walk. So I would have to castle, right? And then the bishop would capture. And Tatev would be the first to be able to double along the second rank.
The question now is, if we move back,
Yes.
what if we start with bishop a6 here? Because now the rook, yes, bishop e2, now the rook on d7 is guarding the pawn on c7, so we can start with bishop a6.
Okay, rook d2.
Now I capture the pawn, the bishop, pardon.
You can capture the pawn too, by the way, because there's still that rook d1 check business. I guess I'm recapturing.
Now I capture with maybe a queen, actually.
Yeah, but I'm getting a draw. I'm getting a draw as white. You'll win a pawn. You'll win a pawn, but
great.
we'll be in a rook and pawn ending with you're having rook and 4. Oops, excuse me. You will get this, but I'm going to get these two, and you'll get these two. So, like for example, you take a pawn, right? I'll go here, and I'll make a draw as white. Is what I'm saying.
So what if I keep the queens on the board? Instead of capturing with queen on d4, I will take with the rook.
Exactly. And this, I'm feeling, I understand that black is for choice, but I feel like I'm a favorite to make a draw, is the way I feel about this rook ending. Conversely, the way we were playing it a moment ago, I was kind of happy about what Tatev was doing. I was playing takes, you were taking. I was playing here, you were castling. Tell me when you want to retract. And I was playing here, and I wanted to go queen takes b2.
So I go queen e5.
Ah, thank you. Queen e5. And
Rook takes a7.
the
No.
desirable rook c7, rook d2 has a drawback.
Yes.
I still feel I'm a little bit better, but I probably just, I visually, it's only visual. I'll defend you. You'll get this. This is the maximum you'll get. You'll win my pawn on a3, but I'll make a draw. Okay, so Alice might have a little suffering, but not too much is going on here. What's happening between Hikaru and Fabi?
Bit of an update on that one. Rook to a4, rook to d8, just simply defending the pawn on d4, but also hidden, let's call it, idea behind it is just simply to meet rook c7 with rook d7. And that's how they played it. Rook takes d7, take on d7, rook takes d4, bishop to c6. We've been talking about this for
getting
so
the
long.
bishop to
Get
b5.
the bishop to b5. I think these players right now are starting to realize, hey, there's not that much to be played for. I believe Hikaru is also coming to terms with this realization, and I don't think this game is going to continue for very long. Bishop c6, bishop to b5. You could see a bit of a grimace on Hikaru's face. He realizes he didn't get much out of this endgame. Fabi defended well. Fabi defended really well, very precise. Especially, I like this move, rook fd8, rook d7. Just simplify the position to the maximum, right? And get that bishop. Don't put it on c8. Get it on b5, stay active, and you shouldn't have any issues.
Yeah, but sometimes you feel like you let your opponent escape. Your opponent has spent an hour more on the clock than you have.
Yes, it was a good preparation by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, and you just kind of this feeling like, did I mess up somewhere? I'm looking at the position of Tatev, and I feel like Alice should be getting punished for her poor opening development, right? So let's imagine after rook d8, do we have bishop e2 on the board yet? No. No. So I was looking at, I'm off the beaten track, so to be. I was looking at c5. But you don't even, no.
Wait, what's the idea?
No, I was trying to be tricky, but
I shall take that, Yasser. Give me that pawn. Thank you very much.
I was trying to be tricky by playing for rook to d1.
Rook c2. You can get your rook d1. And if you really want to,
and
bishop
Yasser,
e2, king takes
bishop
e2
is on the board.
Yeah. I don't see how Tatev doesn't go for rook takes. Rook takes.
But can we start with bishop to a6?
That's what I wanted to do.
That's what we tried.
The rook is defending the pawn.
So let's do that.
Yeah, that was our main line. Rook c2.
Rook takes d4.
That was our main line.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's a good main line.
It's a good main line. A good melee.
Well, first of all, bishop takes e2, isn't that just a pawn advantage?
Yes and no.
You guys were not that happy about it.
We were thinking queen e5, and we were thinking that the chances of a draw in a
it's a limited material position, yes.
It was very, very high.
But how high are they? I mean,
well, if I can force 4 versus 3, it's
a given, yes.
Yeah.
But let's see. Okay, so I take on e5. Rook d5.
Rook d5.
No, but then you take and then... No, I think you can take and rook c1. Should be good enough. Your king is much faster is the problem. I don't have rook c4. That was my plan.
Oops. Yep.
Yeah, you're just simply too fast.
Wanting to play rook here, rook here. Any 4 versus 3 rook ending, I feel very confident in a draw there. I think Tatev, does she look a little frustrated to you? Or?
A little bit, yes. I think she looked at her clock and she's seeing that she has only 18 minutes, so she's getting lower.
Well, considering this position and considering the position where she had the opportunity for knight d5 and knight e7, we can understand why she might have let her best chances slip by not keeping more pieces on the board. Bishop a6, by the way, on the board was her choice, so that was the main line. Rook c2, rook takes d4, castles.
Queen c2 is going to be played quickly.
Rook c2, yes.
Yes.
Rook takes d4, castles, and bishop takes e2, rook takes e2. They're going to go into this line where queen e5 should be a draw. Yeah, and for those of you joining us late, we are in day 1 of the classical chess, and this is they're going to colors reverse tomorrow.
Finals, yes, today one classical game, tomorrow the second classical game of the match, and if necessary, if there will be a tie in the match, we will see Blitz playoffs.
Nice. As we are in the grand finals. So, well, it looks like they're just cruising to this major piece ending. And I do like the Queen E5, by the way, at the end of that whole variation, just to take the queens off the board, go into the 4-rook ending. If this pawn were on B6, I'd really like Black's chances
that's a different story.
A whole lot. The split pawns just means that it's going to be so much easier for Alice to trade off the queenside pawns and to make that theoretically drawn position. Going to just check in on the other game. That game...
Fabiano just made a move. Kind of a move we did not look at too much. A5.
I think we basically focused more or less on just putting the bishop on b5 and saying, okay, I'm going to plant my bishop on an anchored square. It'll be very nicely protected. And then on a good day, just bring my king waltzing into the center with a draw. A5. This is an indication that Fabi believes that he has the time to play A4 and to try to just force the trade of everything. Is he right, Kate?
Well, I'm a little worried about the back rank, but probably no tricks so far. Because if I go knight D to E5,
we're trading.
You will capture, I will capture.
Probably this bishop should just chill and prepare for A4.
Yeah, and black is just in time.
I think so too. I don't think there's any issues here for Fabi. Earlier we said that the clocks were a factor. Is it still the case?
Well, Hikaru still has time advantage, 33 minutes against Fabiano's 14 minutes. So there's a 20 minutes advantage. But the situation, the game got simplified.
Yeah. King F2. Okay, well, that is a very clear indication that Hikaru doesn't feel like he has much.
King F8. Why not? Let's get the king to F8.
I think we were thinking A4, just to trade the queen
maybe
side.
Now, can I capture on A4? And if you recapture with the rook, then I have knight C5.
Rook takes.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Knight C5. That's a back rank issue. I was just playing to trade.
And you're just fine.
Unless Hikaru's got a tricky. Does he have a tricky based on knight B4? That's a funny move.
Can you go bishop B5?
Bishop B5, knight to D.
Yeah, maybe this
Is
it. Maybe this is it.
Maybe Hikaru is laying a trap, and you said
a final trap.
Your first instinct was just to bring your king.
King F8.
King F8, yes. Get rid of the back rank checkmating issues, and maybe start.
Actually, you're right. I just checked it. A4, knight B4 already gives white the advantage. So that's one final trick.
You know,
let's say for Hikaru.
I remember 6-time U.S. champion Walter Brown chastising me. My opponent was making a bad plan, and I stopped my opponent from continuing with this bad plan. And he said, "Yes, so what are you doing? Sometimes you just got to give the guy a little rope to hang themselves. If he wants to play A4, don't stop him. A5, A4, knight B4 would be oops. You gotta give your opponent a little rope. Knight B4.
Is this a frustrated Hikaru? Just turn away from the board, or is
he has so
calculating?
Many mannerisms does our Hikaru Nakamura that I can never tell when he's genuinely angry.
Just going backward, thinking he got exactly what he prepared.
He did.
But where did things go wrong for him?
Well, he's certainly giving that score sheet an eyeful. And, well, I mean, maybe there just wasn't
that much. He perhaps knows that he had
the position.
Something.
King F8.
In this one. Yeah, King F8, King E7 seems to be very precise.
No
knight B4.
No knight B4 for you.
No distractions.
No distractions.
And it makes the most sense, right?
Certainly.
I mean, get the king to e7.
Yeah.
Get the king out of any dangers on the back rank.
Exactly.
It's a very, very decent move.
Exactly.
Very natural move as well.
No, I mean, what can I say? This looks very balanced to me. I'm going to flip to the other game.
Nothing happened there. Alice retreated with the rook to c2, and Tatev is thinking, and she has only 13 minutes left.
13 minutes left, yes. Okay.
Look, she might as well just
a
try
second.
to go
Hold
an
on.
extra pawn up.
Just a second. I spotted a tactic. Brilliant me. Queen?
Queen e4?
Queen e4?
Sure. Let's try it out.
What did I miss? I mean, Jesus.
Ah, queen takes g2. Yeah.
I thought even you could try for rook takes d4.
No, queen g2 is very good.
But yeah.
Good enough. It's good enough.
Rook d2.
Rook d2, yes.
Well, okay.
Well, there's just queen b1.
Queen b1. I didn't even think about
probably
queen
rook d1, and that bishop is still hanging.
Yes.
Right.
Which means
the bishop is going to be hanging on e2. Should I take? No, you have to take with the queen or the rook.
I take with the queen.
Okay, then I take this one. No, it's the same thing. We're always getting into the same ending, this major piece ending. Yes, I could end up winning a pawn, but these two pawns, no. It's not, sadly, it's not enough for Tatev. Queen g6 was just a temporary, exciting, exciting moment of a double attack.
But maybe it's still better to start with queen g6, no?
Queen g6, rook d2.
To go to this kind of version of the endgame.
Hold on. By the way, why did we give up on... Oh, because the bishop is hanging. So
yes, now your queen is attacked and bishop captures a6.
I don't have any checks to pick up the errant bishop. No, I apologize. No. Just having a moment here. White's king is still stuck in the center, so one further look. Bishop takes, what have we been doing?
Rook takes.
Okay. Check.
And Tatev captured the bishop.
E2.
Bishop takes e2.
So that's on the board.
Check.
So I was just thinking, in case you did play g3, can I just be annoying and just to prevent the white king from escaping? Now the problem is...
I go rook d2. I will not give you the pawn on d4.
I will make some kind of insistent noises. So first, again, I'm just being my irritating self. I don't want your king to have a safe life.
Okay, king f2.
And c5. Yay. I'm going to win my pawn back after all of these efforts. At least I'm trying to make...
I like this.
I'm trying to make the life a little bit...
the rook from the corner.
Right.
Now I'm pinned on the d file.
Okay, just try
White
to...
is struggling now to...
A little bit. But I just saw...
To decide how to continue. Rook captures e2.
The way Alice was moving there, it looked like it was a move with two pieces. So I thought, oh, Alice's castle at the moment has passed. But she was removing a piece that she had captured, so she was using two pieces on her move. It looks like we're heading for 2 draws, which means that for tomorrow's game, any victor
is going to decide a match
instantly, right?
And Tatev and Fabiano are going to have the advantage with white pieces.
Switching colors. So rook takes e2 on the board.
I mean, a draw, but I think we're somewhat far away from a draw in this one, right? Rook takes d4.
Yeah. Castle.
Maybe rook d5 could be an idea.
Which rook?
Rook 8 to d5. I'm trying to set up this pawn on c5. So you attack me with rook c1 or rook c2 and then try to go for c5 ideas.
There is a back rank mate as well.
There is, yes.
So b2, b4.
And now maybe even c4. Is c4 an idea?
c4 is an idea.
Even though I can still take on d4, on b4.
Sure.
My back rank is safe for the moment.
Yeah, but I definitely don't want to deal with the consequences of c4.
And could I have some...
feel it's just
some
too
ideas
safe.
Of it does feel safe, but what if I go h somewhere? h6, h5, you choose. I don't think you're threatening yet to take on c5. I take rook d1, you go king f2, I go queen h4. I think that's actually just losing on the spot.
Makes sense. Just to show the audience what Cristian just proposed. Rook c5 was probably a taboo because it's not that it's a back rank check, it's just, oops, it's just a checkmate coming up on the e1 square.
Yeah.
What do they call this? Isn't it? I mean, every checkmating pattern has a name, I feel. Yeah. I mean, once I heard Anastasia's mate, I was like, what the heck? I mean, every checkmating pattern, and this one, this is just...
This is the, checkmate with the queen with the helper.
Checkmate with the queen and the helper. There you go. Okay, now we know. Inquiring minds. So what does that mean? You play c5, I'm a pawn grabber. I'll say, okay, I'll play g3. Oh, sorry, you can have h5 if you like. I'll play g3 and I'll just keep my king nicely ensconced.
Okay, I go h4.
Okay, h4. And at a certain moment, I have to be able to play b4. I don't know. What should I play for? I'm confused. I don't know what I'm even playing for over here. I'm confused. Rook f2. Am I playing for rook takes c5 on a gorgeous day? For example, queen g6, rook takes h3 check. No.
I think c5 happened.
Sorry, let me
So
refresh
Tatev
my
did
board.
not capture with the rook on d4 because she is setting up a tactical trick. She's asking, do you want to take that pawn on c5? I have rook d1.
Exactly. Okay, c5.
That's nice because I do want to recapture with that pawn, not to have a weakness, but then I'm not a pawn up.
No. The problem I had with c5 in this iteration or another one, it was queen e5. Queen e5 was always the off-putting move. I wanted to trade queens, either on my terms or your terms, but I definitely wanted to trade queens. And in this particular case, let's just put some moves on the board for a moment. Queen takes e5, rook takes e5. If Tatev's intention was to take with the pawn, then guess what? My king is actually pretty safe, all things considered.
Yeah, so none of that is going to happen. Alice immediately played move d5.
Okay.
d5. Okay, that is a surprise. Okay, she's looking at checkmate.
Good move, by the way.
d5. Checkmate.
I'll take with the rook. I'm not going to take Beautiful checkmate, but rook takes d5 is already on the board.
Did you guys ever read Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess? It was one of the strangest books of all time. The whole book, 200 pages of one tactic, the back rank mate. I thought he was a one-trick pony, that guy. How did he win the world championship with just back rank checkmates? Rook takes d5 castles. So not a big difference between having the rook on d4 and having the rook on d5. Similar situation. By the way, I'm not saying d5 is a bad move. In fact, Cristian, you just heard, lauded the move. Queen e5, that was the problem I had.
And if after queen e5 I capture with rook on d4?
Now?
Yes.
Rook takes.
Yes.
And I take?
Take with the pawn.
And aren't we in our same beloved 4 rook ending with rook c1? You end up 4 versus 3.
But I'm getting the pawn to c4, and I thought that's something I can be proud of.
How proud.
Very proud.
Very
proud.
I mean,
and C4, look at that.
wow, I would be proud. Why aren't I just getting my rook ending that I want, rook and 4 versus 3? I'm going to take that guy. If you put this rook on C4, I'll play G3. If you put this rook on C8, I'll play B3. So
No,
if you
this
go
is-
back,
This is not going the direction I want. Yes, at least I get a tempo here.
yeah, I'll cover the business squares. Again, it's just, I do want to trade and get 4 versus 3.
Okay, so I go rook C8,
B3.
rook D3.
Yeah, I'm a simple man. I keep telling you what I want.
Oh, guys,
Oops,
let's
oops,
go.
Oops, oops, oops.
Let's go to Fabi's game.
Oops, oops, oops.
There's some problems.
Alert, alert.
There are some
alert.
problems that I'm seeing. Wait a minute. King
Alert.
F8. How did we get here? Rook to D6. Bishop B5. Everything fine. Knight to A3. Bishop takes D3. Okay, good, good. Rook takes D7. Bishop A6. Fine move. King E7. Apparently a huge blunder.
That's the most obvious move in the position.
I know, right?
A huge blunder.
Huge blunder. After rook to C6. First of all, you don't have bishop B7. This is a big problem, right?
Right.
No bishop B7 because of rook C7. This
That's
is fairly
clear.
easy to understand. You're losing the bishop. So what do? The most natural would be king to D7, right? But how do you defend that pawn on A5 after rook C5?
You've
Bishop
got to move the
B7.
bishop.
But then knight C4.
You gotta
With a
move-
king on D7, I have knight B6.
Knight B6 check.
Right.
Sorry. A5.
At what point?
You keep going. You went rook C5, bishop B7, go. Knight C4, go. Knight
What?
C4, A5.
I mean, first of all, I can
A4?
take, right? I can just take. if you really
But
want.
but you were saying knight B6 check.
I will give you a check once you take.
Yeah.
Because that defends the rook on C5.
Okay.
But yeah, after rook C6, I think you're just losing that pawn. It doesn't seem like there's a way to defend that.
A king D8.
King D8, that's fine. Rook C5, same thing. This is problems, guys. Knight C4. First of all, A4. I have some knight D6 ideas right now.
That is true.
So be careful.
So you're going to win a pawn. yeah.
Also, I think knight... Am I missing something?
I don't know.
No, this gets the pawn as well, but maybe not that clean after rook to B8.
Okay.
Oh, this is bad news. King F6 was played.
Whoa.
And he only has 6 minutes on the clock. Fabiano might be in trouble.
Whoa.
I think Fabi's in trouble
King
right
F6.
now.
So instead of the obviously bad king E7, he could have played bishop B7? And,
Yes,
And
yes,
then just
yes.
transferred the bishop to an anchor square.
Yes, bishop to B7.
Followed by bishop to D5.
Followed by bishop to B5.
And we should
yes.
make a draw easy peasy.
Yes, sir. Can you
Fairly
explain
easy,
me one
yes.
more thing? If I don't
Please.
go king F6,
In the current position.
current position, I go bishop C8, with the idea to go bishop to D7 and A4. How
Makes
is this
sense.
winning now?
Makes sense. Well, let's have a look-see. So, first of all, gigantic pause.
I start with bishop C8.
You start with bishop C8.
Mm-hmm.
Check. Here.
Yes.
Here. So I'm threatening knight e5. But if you move your king, I can
Take my
take.
bishop.
And don't I get my king in the center? I'm a little bit worried about this line.
And I'm not in time to play A4.
Again, I'm threatening moves like knight b6 and knight e5, just piling up on the bishop.
Yeah, I was thinking that A pawn can be fast runner. I just give you, take the bishop, take whatever you want. I just want to quickly go to A3, A2, but it's just not in time. Yeah, you always have rook C1 or rook A7.
Yep. So king f6 on the board. Whoa, 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 whoa. Suddenly things got interesting, and I think for Hikaru, things definitely got a lot more interesting. He's now intensely looking at rook c5.
Actually curious what he missed.
Rook
King
c5.
e7, rook c6 is the most obvious move. You're trying to go to c5 to attack a pawn. It's the only square from which you can attack that pawn.
Indeed.
So what did he miss?
So you have to play bishop b7, right?
Yes. Knight c4.
Knight c4, give me the pawn. a4. Now here
If
we
you go a4,
pause.
knight b6, right?
That's one thing, but I liked your idea of rook c7 and knight d6 as well. So even this is play on.
Even this is unpleasant. Yes.
Yeah, play on two.
Actually, maybe
Well,
not.
I have bishop d5 here.
Yeah, bishop d5 and bishop and
And then
e5.
e5, guarding that pawn.
But you
to
can start
f7.
with e4, e5. Wait a minute. Still not easy. e4.
Are you sure you have bishop to d5?
Well, I can. Can I start with king somewhere e7? No, I can't. Okay.
It's
so bishop
tricky,
b3.
right? Yeah, bishop b3. Maybe now.
Just
e5.
to be annoying. Just to be annoying.
Why are you trying to be annoying, Yasser?
Because I
Bishop c4.
Oh, bishop c4. Okay, because I like to put my opponent's pieces on pre, right? Check.
Yeah. King there.
King g6.
Rook. It gets dangerously close to problems.
It's feeling
Dangerously close to
I
problems.
wouldn't want to be on in black shoes
It
here.
might still be fine somehow.
Right. You have to suddenly start playing well.
With 6 minutes on the clock, this is not the type of defense
No,
that you want to have.
That wasn't what you had in mind
Okay,
when you
things-
started this. King f6, opportunity knocking for our _1 seed, Hikaru Nakamura, who, by the way, is back to the 2800 class.
Is he?
Yeah, he defeated Lanier Dominguez in that classical game. I think so.
And he's enjoying here 20 minutes advantage compared to Fabiano.
So Fabi in a bit of trouble. We're looking at rook c5, going after this pawn. The bishop dropping back to defend the pawn. We're looking at knight here. We've been looking at a4, and a move we hadn't really yet explored. I was just looking at takes and knight d6, but let's take a look at this one. This one's pretty straightforward as well, right, Kate? Give me the pawn. We have to play rook a6.
One question. If
Please.
I capture on b3 here, you capture my rook.
I do.
I recapture with the bishop.
You do. And now I'm going to play against this bishop. You've heard me talking about the pawn on f3 and e4 for some time. And my next turn is rook here.
And I will not be able to defend that, that
Exactly.
pawn, and that's a lost endgame.
Conversely, if you could get a situation where you have a bishop and a pawn, but your bishop is anchored, then it's going to be a draw. There was a great story by Gary Kasparov about the anchored bishop, which I'll share sometime.
I was just, is that,
That's it. It's a great story. You're going to have to, a4, knight b6. Tell me how you're going to draw this one. I don't see how you're drawing. You got to play rook a6.
rook a6, yes.
And that's an extra pawn.
So I will go bishop to d5.
I'm sorry. I'm going to keep that extra pawn. You're not.
So I cannot take bishop takes b3
I
because
can.
you have this intermediate. No, rook c6.
Yeah, but
That's another.
knight
That's
d4.
Let me show you. No, knight d7 would allow you to play on. A much. Oh.
Yeah. Nice attack.
We
guys.
think Fabi's losing
Again,
a pawn.
this is a bit problematic for Fabiano right now. So rook c5.
With the move-
Let's try to find something. If there is something. Maybe there's nothing. What about bishop b7?
Bishop b7, that's our main move.
Let's continue with that.
That's okay.
And
That
bishop
is-
d5. You know what? I'm giving you the pawn. You're taking my pawn.
Let's take it.
Rook b8.
Pause, because we could take with the rook.
Oh, there's a pause. Well, if you take with the knight, I think rook b8 might be equal, right?
Not so fast.
Why not?
I'm a pawn up.
Rook b5.
I'm a pawn up.
You got your pawn.
and I'm keeping it. That's my story.
It's kind of annoying.
I know. I mean, I've got knight d2, pardon me, I've got knight d2 and perhaps e4, just chasing the bishop away. It's not...
You are keeping it.
Not easy. We're looking at rook c4 and Hikaru.
Yeah, definitely
He's almost like
opportunity.
A bird of prey at the board. You can see almost like that hawk-like. What are you, Fabi?
Falcon.
Are you giving me chances? He's asking.
I don't think you can call him a hawk. That would probably be very bad for his. He's representing the Falcons. Falcons, Yasser. Team Falcons. Team
great.
Hawks doesn't sound
as menacing. Falcons.
Well, that's his team for the upcoming Esports World Cup. Yes.
Right. As opposed to your mainline bishop to d7, what other moves can I dream up here? Okay, how about a bad idea? Rook b8, rook takes a5. Just pause for a moment. How bad is it rook b6? This knight's a little bit offside, right?
True.
Okay, let's just see. Are we playing knight c4? I would take it. And I'm trying to get my rook behind the passed pawn. I'm not equalizing, don't get me wrong. I mean, I am going to be playing a pawn down. I'm just trying to figure out how to make White's life difficult. Rook c5. Bishop b7, knight c4 is not a difficult life. White, all the moves that we've come up with are pretty darn straightforward.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult. I'm wondering, where do we want to have the dark square bishop? Because d5 is not a very good outpost. By the way, rook c5 on the board. Bishop b7 played immediately.
Yeah, we just didn't... Oh, excuse me. Bishop b7 immediately. And we're looking at knight c4, eyeballing two very nice ideas. First, knight takes a5. Secondly, rook c7 and knight d6, the combination...
e4.
Whoa.
So Hikaru is saying, I'm taking control of that square on d5. But that's time for me to push for a4. Right now, probably you just push b4, right? Yes. If I go a4, you go b4, and that knight is very nicely blocking the a pawn, and b pawn is going to be running.
It's an interesting idea of Hikaru. Is he saying, I would like to play good knight versus bad bishop? And if this bishop was on e6, for example, I would not call that bishop a bad bishop. But just the fact that it's on such a passive diagonal where it's restricted, and the a6 diagonal isn't any better because I'll play b5 and I'll restrict it that way. And in the meanwhile, rook c7. Rook c7 is a massive threat. Rook c7, b5, and slowly you can feel, you know, you're getting more and more restricted by these moves. And time.
Yeah, that's one thing. You know, Fabiano only 5 minutes, 30 seconds on his clock.
E3. Cristian, weigh in on this one. Is e2, e4 spectacularly good, or was knight c4?
It's a question mark.
Grabbing the pawn better.
It's a question mark. Yeah, no, knight to c4 was much stronger.
Was much stronger.
Right now, perhaps an opportunity for Fabi. Very tempting move would be to go a4.
Right.
But after b4, this is not something that I really like.
What Kate mentioned, right?
No. I think this is going to be very difficult. You have to start moving on this side. You cannot really touch any of the pieces on this side. It's one of those situations in which you need to wait, and it's a very unpleasant wait because you see this pawn moving down the board. You see potentially the king started to come closer to the center, to the other side. Don't play a4.
Okay.
Go rook a6. Now you're waiting. Hey, you attack me, right? And now I can go a4 because there's no more knight to b6. Right. Makes a lot of sense if you think about it that way. And of course, this is going to be a much easier defense. Still not completely easy, still not completely dead, especially after knight to d6, but it's something to work with, right? Don't allow that pawn to stay on the board with a4, b4.
Gotcha.
Big moment.
Rook a6 is a key
4 minutes for Fabi, guys.
If he doesn't
4 minutes for
Fabi,
Fabi. This is not easy. 23 minutes. I understand the engine right now is giving him closer and closer to once again achieving that objective equality. But from a practical perspective, with the clock ticking down, this is not easy.
Yeah, rook a6, key moment. Gonna keep our eye on this one. What's happening in Tatev's game? I know that Tatev was down on the clock. Is that still the case?
Yes, she's down to her last 3 minutes on the clock, and she did not capture the pawn, so the material is balanced right now on the board.
So a lot of the ideas that we have been suggesting, G2, G3, somehow they have magically appeared on the board, and it is, well, that's a surprise move. Queen C1. Okay, I kind of thought that we would be playing Queen E5 and or Queen E4. Queen C1. The position objectively is drawn. 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. If anything, well, these pawns are split and Alice's pawns are doubled.
Tatev is trying to get a nice endgame here, a rook endgame where you capture the b2 pawn and then maybe have...
Go, tell me. You could capture
just a draw.
And we get a draw. No, well, maybe in this particular case, I unfortunately, I got the rook on a5. I'll have an easy time. So this is the current position. Sorry, what did you say about the clock times?
3 minutes, 47 seconds for Tatev, 18 minutes for Alice.
This one is starting to look much closer than the Hikaru versus Fabi.
Okay, let's say I want to win with white.
By the way,
Just
I want to
tell me.
stay with this game. Just Fabiano did not play rook a6.
He played that a4 move. Dangerous, dangerous, allowing that b pawn to survive.
Okay, you want me to flip to Fabi? Okay.
I feel we should go to that one. This one feels a bit simpler, right? The Tatev versus Alice Lee. Let's stay with this one for a little bit.
Sure.
A4,
So a4, b4 happened,
and rook to
d8.
King e2.
So for Hikaru, his moves are easy. He'd like to play b5, further limiting the bishop, and he'd like to play rook to c7, b6, b7.
Well,
it's a girl.
So let's be active. Rook d4.
Rook to d4.
I will allow you to get that b5 move.
Okay.
Rook b4. Gonna go behind the pawn.
No. I
and
don't
rook
want.
bishop a8.
No, but now I can go rook b3.
Oh no, you're gonna trap my
can go
bishop
rook
either.
b3.
Bishop a8, are you?
No, but just go rook b3. This is fine for
Rook
black.
to b3.
Yes.
Fine for
This
black.
is perfect for black. No problems.
Perfect for black even.
Yes.
No problems.
No, there's no problems here.
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
No, just go knight c2. Do not allow that rook to go active. G5. Lashes out.
G5. I must say, I'm not a fan of what Fabi is doing. Truly.
The problem is he doesn't have a lot of time to consider all of
3
these
minutes.
options.
Now 2 minutes 30 seconds.
So if Hikaru just continues with his very direct intentions,
That's a very good question.
Bishop a8, I
Hikaru
despise that
checking the
move.
ceiling.
I despise Bishop a8 after Rook c7.
You probably have to do it though. Let's go bishop f8. Bishop a8, sorry. Oh, the jacket is off.
Jacket is off. Bishop a8.
Well,
That move is, ugh.
perhaps we should explain the idea behind g5. It's not just a random looking move. You do want to go g4. You want to extend the action of that bishop on the long diagonal. Somehow, softening up that pawn on e4 is the only way out. It's
feel
not a
like-
beautiful bishop.
Yeah.
I'm not in love with that bishop at all.
I just feel that this is the precipice of defeat for Fabi. I don't like what he has done at all. Oh my goodness.
Because that pawn is going to start marching forward.
Yes,
b5,
indeed.
b6.
I've been somehow flirting with the idea of knight to c4 and e5 check, followed by knight to d6.
That's a beautiful square for the knight as well.
It is. It truly is. And I'm also mesmerized by rook to a7, kind of freezing the bishop while simultaneously just saying, hey, I want to capture the pawn. So let's just, I always like to look at the most forcing. If I play rook a7, I'm assuming g4 is the intention.
G4, yes, because I want to activate that.
I took a pawn.
Bishop, I take the pawn as well.
And I recaptured.
Now I go king. Yeah, I don't know if I'm that brave. Let's go, let's go. Yes, king e5.
Be brave.
I will be brave.
b4.
f5.
f5. That didn't take a lot of bravery. Check.
King f6.
f6, probably only move.
No, I think that line does justify the move at g5. I find myself more drawn to king e3.
Okay, king e3.
Yeah.
The idea being that g4, obviously, you can just take.
I can take it.
Or f4. Yeah.
Or f4.
Yeah. So you started with rook c7.
Yes.
You don't go king e3 first. You want to place that bishop on a8.
Yeah, I was looking to get the bishop to, as I say, declare its intentions. Rook c7, we were trying bishop a8. By the way, I'm also enthusiastic about b5. Like this, let's say I take, let's say you take, this pawn looks far more the most dangerous pawn on the board compared to this guy. I got b6 on my agenda. Kate, how would you, if you're in Hikaru's shoes at this moment, you've got all of these really nice choices.
I understand
and
that
your
he's
opponent's
trying to look for the whole line before giving
Exactly.
a chance Fabiano to figure out what I play after it. So if I go rook c7, you know, I am calculating what's going to happen after bishop a8. So then I can immediately play the following move and put pressure on Fabiano.
I love to do that when my opponent is in time trouble, as I figure out my next move, figure out his move, and I figure out, let's say, 3 moves in a row. And I play my first move, write down, he answers, I answer rather quickly, and I answer the third move as well. And that ticking clock almost always causes them to get into further time troubles. So g5 on the board, and Hikaru knows that he's got an opportunity right here, and he's sensing it.
He definitely is. I mean, having that pass pawn on the b file, having that bad bishop to play against, these are the items that are on Hikaru's menu right now. Like, how do you make use of them?
Right.
So can he be considering also just h3 move?
Yes.
It's not
h3 is a
you
very,
want to
very...
play g4, okay, that's not going to happen.
Right.
So now are you going to play h5?
And then you say to yourself, haha, I've tricked my opponent. Whenever you play g4, I can, you know, grab a pawn over there. So something like, let's just see, how could I do this best? So here, something of this nature, right? Where just to throw that in the mix. Although, unfortunately, you do have captures.
Well, maybe rook h4. Yeah, but in just some instances,
Yeah.
you have to be careful because you put both of your pawns on the 5th rank.
Sorry, you wanted to continue the line.
Just
and that,
thinking if after here, rook h4.
with the idea of check, take the pawn. That's an extra pawn.
And you can play e5, not allowing me to do that, but then you also give up some squares as well.
Yep, check. And the rook could swing back into the position. Hikaru enjoying the moment. You mentioned h3. You mentioned that black wants to play g4.
g4, just stopping black
And just
completely
saying,
from
right.
pushing that pawn forward.
Your turn. It's not the first move that comes into my mind, but
This position is just uncomfortable. But rook
it
d4.
feels it.
I want to activate the rook.
Yeah, we're back to that line of knight c2. Remember, where we were looking at this, and the rook gets activated for a whole half flight, right?
1 second.
You get to go back, and I get to go b5. No, it's just not a comfortable position for Fabi to play, especially underneath 5 minutes.
Well, he's
on his
underneath
clock.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes 30 seconds right now. But
I apologize.
tough situation for Fabiano, especially with Hikaru. Up to 16 minutes, having all time in the world to calculate all of these things that we've been looking at, and then play the best move. That's the thing. Don't enter your opponent's time trouble situation. Just use your time and make the best decisions.
Good advice. Use your time, make the best decisions.
Don't try to hurry and try to put pressure on your opponent's clock.
I'm just going to take a quick gander at what is going on in the Women's Championship. When we left it, I thought, and I'm not joking, I genuinely meant this, that when we got to this position, if I was in Alice's shoes, I would have quickly traded queens, put my rook back to c2, and maybe gone with the king to the queen side. She decided to keep the queens on the board, and once again, time.
So 13 minutes for Alice, 3 minutes for Tatev.
Okay, that starts to get worrisome. 3 minutes is worrisome.
Is hoping for Tatev to complicate things for herself.
Exactly.
Similarly to what Irina Krush did in a rook and queen endgame.
Okay, with this move, queen c3 is Alice...
But can I go rook b3 now?
Yes, that's a completely legal move.
I want to go rook b3.
Yep.
And then rook d2. Like, let's say you go queen f6.
Okay.
Now I go rook d2.
Okay.
And I feel like you may be in trouble, no?
Queen takes f3 is on the agenda. The rook on e4 looks very, very passive. I would probably be looking at maybe rook e1, no, pardon me, queen e1 and trying to trade queens here. I don't like rook d2. Rook d2 with rook takes b3, and she's played rook b3. So Alice is probably going to retreat with the move queen e1.
And is there anything? So if I go queen d3 now,
queen d3.
I'm looking at some c4, c3. I want to damage the pawn structure.
Okay. I would like to win a pawn. I will play queen c1, intending rook to c4 and rook takes c5. I don't like the rook on e4. What the heck is my rook doing on e4? I like the rook on g5. I like the rook on c4. I like the rook on c2.
So if I go rook d4 now.
Rook d4, rook e5, yay.
And now I go c4.
Okay.
That's a big victory for me.
Okay.
Any reason?
Okay. A big victory. A big victory. Who's getting there first with the most?
Okay, I capture on f5. E takes.
E takes pause.
That's a pawn. Thank you.
That's a pawn.
Can we go back to the beginning?
Yes.
I feel this is...
Rook back.
This is...
And that's a pawn, Yasser. You should be happy too.
I don't know. I'm kind of scared. Those white pieces are kind of lurking around the king. Sorry, you wanted to go back, Cristian? Sorry, this is the current position. I was playing the move queen e1. Right. I don't know what Alice is doing. Queen
what about
c2.
Queen c2?
Also, just to get rid of this queen.
Yeah, queen c2. I like that move more.
Trading queens.
Trading queens.
Am I trading queens? Queen A1? Pardon me, what am I doing? The B3's not. What? I hung the rook, sorry. Queen A. I think
Queen
Alice is
she
trying to
win?
play. Yes, of
Is
course.
she trying to play for a win?
Yes, she's playing for Tatev's flag. Tatev.
Okay, but sorry, rook to d3. What exactly do you do?
I have
Rook
no.
D to D3.
Do we have a trickies, by the way?
Oh,
Rook takes F3.
Oh.
And
no, Queen C2. Queen C2.
Rook
Queen
takes
C2.
F3.
Yeah. No, not rook D2. Rook D2, rook F2 is fine. And this is probably what Alice calculated.
But
just Queen C2, and that's a very important pawn, the one that I just took on
lost.
F3. Right now you're getting checkmated.
Wow.
Your king is completely busted.
She
right now.
blundered her F3. The F3 pawn was a kind of a glue.
Tatev has only 2 minutes. So
Rook
can
takes
she
F3.
find?
Big
Rook
moment.
takes F3.
Huge moment right now for Tatev. If she finds it, I mean, this is going to be putting so much pressure on Alice.
Winning with black, are you kidding me? But that's the problem. If I give you this in a tactical puzzle book and I say, find the tactic for black, you're looking for it. And you're looking for a sacrifice. And
I
you'll
think
find
Tatev
rook
is
F3.
looking for it.
She feels there's
feels
something.
is off.
She
because
definitely
her
does.
pieces are
Alice-
perfectly positioned.
Alice completely missed it. Alice completely missed it. When she played the move Queen A5, ooh, and
Rook
there it
takes
is.
A3 on the board.
Rook
Oh
takes
my
F3,
goodness.
keeping her composure.
What
is Alice now thinking?
Change of events in this one.
Oh, what a
Dramatic
shock.
change of events.
Now you're suddenly, and Alice is
Oh,
like,
she forgot
what?
about this move.
Alice
Rook
is
takes
looking
F3.
at this.
Absolutely.
She completely forgot about it. She was looking at this rook to d3 idea or rook takes f3 followed by rook to d2. She missed queen c2.
Absolutely. Now you start to think to yourself as white, oh my goodness, I just blundered a pawn.
But it might be too late.
How do I save myself? And it might be too late. Yeah. Just a huge
And Queen
blunder.
A5, just trying to keep the game on.
I have no idea what she was thinking, really. You're not threatening Queen D8 check. You're not really wanting to capture that pawn on A7. She was just an overly ambitious.
She was hoping for Tatev to self-sabotage herself because she has so little time on the clock.
Exactly.
Right? She has only 2 minutes, but she found this very strong tactics. Rook takes F3.
I think what Alice was hoping for, Alice was laying a trick in the sense that she's playing Queen A5, you're eyeballing the pawn on F3, so Alice wants you to play the move Rook F3, and this is the embarrassing, your Queen's trap.
Queen trap.
Oh my gosh. So that was the trap Alice laid, but Tatev said, well, wait a minute, who's trapping whom? Rook takes F3, I have Queen C2 check. And Alice is in shock right now. She's thinking to herself, oh dear, what have I done? What have I done? How do I stay in the
Yeah,
game?
and you saw that face. She just realized it was a big blunder what she did.
How do I stay in the game?
This is not good news. Not good news. And Tatev right now is finished. This is a golden opportunity. She recognizes it. She's never been this deep in this tournament, all the way to the finals.
No other lady has, because it's always been an arena crush versus Alice final.
Exactly.
Always. And
3 editions, we've always seen Irina versus Alice in the finals. Tatev right now trying to do the impossible.
So what do you do now? You just drop back the rook 4 to E2?
I was thinking about that, but I was just like, you're not threatening
I can go rook
anything.
d3.
You're not threatening to take the rook.
Oh, now you're completely busted.
And now I'm threatening to go rook takes g3. There might be,
And I have no checks on the back rank.
those kinds of mates, those checkmating patterns.
Oh my goodness. What?
Wow.
And if Tatev wins today, tomorrow she needs only to make a draw and she
With
will
white.
have the white pieces.
And we could be seeing a day 10 elimination match.
She's been in this situation before against Carissa. All she needed was a draw in the classical game. She lost that game against Carissa, but then managed to defeat her in the rapid portion.
Well, I must say that Tatev has been here before. She had a winning position against Alice Lee. She's saying to herself, stay focused, stay focused. Don't let it slip away. I let the last one slip away. Okay, and there's Alice. She's looking concerned because it's not an easy decision. She doesn't, if Alice was, you think, okay, let's retreat the queen and just bring the queen back to the defense. Not so fast. Queen, rook takes, queen takes, oops, that's a skewer. And if I take with the king, oops, that's a very unpleasant check. If I go back, check. And if I'm forced to go here, well, this is a rook ending where I'm 2 pawns up, not one pawn up, but 2 pawns up.
Completely winning.
That's completely winning. So from the current position, I mean, Alice is thinking, okay, queen e1 doesn't work, rook e1 doesn't work, rook e2 doesn't work. What do I have to do? Do I have to play really ugly and to play a position like this, where I'm just a pawn down and I'm barely hanging on? I'm probably losing this one by.
Should we switch to the other game as well, just to check what's happening on that one? A lot of things have changed.
I'm sure they have. Let's see what has. So when we left it, we had just seen the move g5, and we thought that Hikaru was doing very, very well. Okay, Hikaru is saying with the move rook c4, I defend the pawn on e4, so I take away g4. I take away the sting of g4. h4, b5, looking good, right? Hikaru is saying, give me the pawn. g4, f4, e5, f5, h4, take a pawn. And looking for counterplay, Fabi's played the move rook h8, and we're up to date with the players.
Also looking for potentially rook h2 and then rook g2 to capture that pawn or cut off the king on the first rank.
I hate the placement of White's knight, and I'm just wondering. Okay, let's say I go knight c2, you go check. I go king d3, you go rook g2. Okay, I go knight e3. Now suddenly I'm very, very happy with my very powerful knight, and I'm hoping to trap the light square bishop. Rook a7.
Okay, but let's not cooperate that much.
Yeah, you're being very compliant.
After
I agree.
knight e3, don't I have rook to b2 perhaps?
Let's do it again.
So rook g2.
Rook g2.
Knight e3, rook b2.
Knight e3, rook b... Oops, sorry. This is where we're playing a different move. Rook c2. That's a good move.
I'm not sure. Is it? I mean, you can take on g4. You can actually take 2 pawns. Never mind. That's a lot of pawns. I don't think I like that.
You don't like that. Okay, sorry. So we're looking at, from the current position, we're looking at knight c2. Rook check. Did we do anything wrong, Kate?
Can we start with rook h3 instead of rook h2?
Yes, that is perfectly...
I'm not sure why I should force your king on a better square, right?
Right. Why do me any favors? Although, no, your king's not trapped. I'm sorry, your rook's not trapped. No. Okay.
I'm looking at the game of Tatev against Alice. I think she's just winning now. Can we switch there for a second?
Yep.
So Alice decided to, if we move back, to capture the rook on f3.
Yep, that was, but I didn't see okay.
Now queen c3 and now queen e2. I think that is a very strong move because all I want to do is rook d2. Rook d2 and queen h2 checkmate, or g2.
Yep.
And now how do you defend?
I don't. I think
because if you go something like queen e3, first of all, you are giving me a pawn, but I may also be looking at queen d1 because I need to get my queen to h1, and that's enough for me to checkmate. But why not to take a pawn?
Bent Larson once said his opponent was offering him a rook or a very alluring checkmating attack. Bent said, I took the rook. The checkmate may disappear. Queen e3 on the board. But that threat, what you were mentioning, was just overwhelming, rook d2. And Tatev said, you know what? That checkmate is not running away. I can still play for what you describe as this checkmating
and
attack.
And now it's 2 extra
and
pawns.
It's 2 extra pawns. Tatev, 3 days ago, when she was so morose, she had just lost a game she needed to win against Alice Lee, and she's relegated to the elimination bracket instead of playing a playoff. She was up till 4 in the morning watching videos and just wondering, about questioning everything. Then suddenly she won against Arena, come back, and look what she's doing here. Queen takes b2, rook f2. And now I like your idea, just...
Queen b1.
Well, that's interesting. You went queen b1 automatically, because you're looking...
I'm looking at f5.
Yeah.
And also rook d3.
Yep.
Queen b1 looks good.
Yep. So the idea, and I was looking at queen a1, because automatically for me, I wanted to go rook...
I feel like, 2 pawns is enough for me.
What about queen d4?
Also very good move.
And she plays it.
Queen d4 is...
Why not? Let's exchange the queens.
Simply excellent. Simply, you're 2 pawns up.
Let's make things simple.
Right.
You take on d4, I can even take with the pawn if I really want to.
Yeah, she doesn't want to.
But queen e2 now, after queen d1, I think I'm forcing, if I really want to, the trade of the queens.
Queen d1.
Even though I
like
really
even
would like to go c4.
Let's just push that pawn.
c4, c3, get a rook behind on c5.
Yes.
Oh, this is deadly right
Deadly,
now.
yeah.
And you have no counterplay.
And that's the problem. I mean, the only counter play I have is somehow associated with a Hail Mary f5, but with the queen patrolling this diagonal, there's no checks, so c4 looks convincing, and that will be 2, and Alice is forlorn. She just took a very decent, even position, and in one move blundered it away. Ouch. But even if, as I'm saying, one move blunder away, you still have to be tactically vigilant. Tatev had to find the move rook f3.
And she decided to go for queen d3.
Very understandable. Hey, look, I want to trade queens.
And if you move the queen away to a2, then I am pushing the pawn, and the queen is on d3 even more active and targeting more squares.
Agreed. Just overwhelming. Queen b2.
Queen b2.
Again. I don't know if that's menacing or not.
Menacing what?
I don't know. I just on the long diagonal. I need like 4 moves. I need to go queen f6.
I mean,
need
you're
to go
threatening
rook
to take a pawn. I think that's basically your only hope right now. Just take.
We can be now looking also at queen f5 check and rook to d3.
Love that. I love that. Check and just rook to d3, posting up.
Queen e4. Looking at the checkmate on h1.
I think you have a pipeline into Tatev's ideas there, because you had been advocating for this setup as well, Kate.
This is looking excellent.
Truly.
Hikaru still hasn't played a move since.
We haven't missed anything, as Tatev 2 pawns to the good with the initiative as well, by the way. No issues with her own king. She is cruising to victory in game 1 with the black pieces. I'm going to go back to the open and to see no knight.
Knight b1
Knight
on
c2.
the board.
Rather knight
just
b1.
made a move.
Finally made a move, but
He's eyeballing knight d2, knight c3, just bringing his knight back into the game.
Rook h2 and king to d1. Okay.
So again, I think what Hikaru wants to do is just simply play knight to d2, defend the pawn on e4, and then go bishop hunting.
Trap the bishop.
Exactly, trying to trap the bishop with rook a7.
That's what he's going for. There are some head shakes right there by Hikaru, bobbing and weaving.
He thinks he's winning.
He thinks he got it, but does he? Okay, let's look at attacking that pawn on g3.
Okay.
So let's go rook to g2.
And we'll develop the knight.
I'll take that pawn on g3.
Wise decision. I'll go after the bishop. Yay.
Okay.
Long
So what
pause.
if I give check now on g1?
Yes.
Big pause because I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm
how do
doing
I promote
either.
that pawn, right?
Exactly.
And now if I take on e4, take another pawn, that's not enough, right? You have a pawn that's coming to a queen, and a knight is going to support it.
It doesn't feel like it's enough.
Also, by the way, it's not so easy for you to sacrifice your rook. It's one thing if you could get the rook and maybe 3 connected pass pawns, trickies. No, don't see it for you. I don't see it for Fabi, rather.
Okay, let's go.
This is the current position.
Down to his last minute, 43 seconds for Fabiano. Big trouble right now. A lot of things to calculate. The engine is saying this is still equal. But
What?
Yes, but from a practical perspective, I mean, this is such a tough defense right now.
How do you
Oh, can I go king g5?
Yes.
And
it's
after your
legal.
knight d2, f6.
What are you doing?
I want to defend the rook from h7, but you're going to just pin me there. No, that's not going to work either. So rook a7, rook h7, that was the idea, but...
You could go...
Actually, it's much simpler than that. I just checked.
Okay.
I do go for that line with rook g2 or rook h3. Both of them are doing exactly the same.
Okay. Knight d2, I think, is where
Rook
we
takes
went.
g3.
Yes, and we went rook to the 7th.
Now I just give you a check.
Okay, king up.
Now I just give you a check.
Okay, king back.
What do I do now?
Well, you just checked with the engine.
All right, I'll check you again. I'll check you again. Let's try it again.
Okay.
Oh, and rook d1.
Rook d1, yes.
No, just king e2.
And now you take.
By the way, 30 seconds or 25 seconds now for Fabiano.
Why is this fine for B6?
I have no
B6?
idea. B6, G3.
15 seconds for Fabiano.
He needs to make a move. He needs to make a move.
He's just frozen.
Rook h1 check. Still fine.
King
Still
C2.
makes a draw. But now it's becoming a little bit more difficult.
Okay.
Only rook to g1 and rook to h2. These are the only two moves that make a draw right now, or at least keep the balance.
Well, we know that Hikaru is telegraphing his intention of knight d2 and rook to the 7th. So why?
This was so tough, guys. I just checked it. This was so tough.
What?
10 seconds.
Let's keep an eye on what he does next.
Ooh.
Check on h2 or rook g1. Only two moves that. Oh no!
E1.
Rook e1. This is
wrong.
This is not. This is wrong. This is losing now. After knight to c3, this is just game over.
Right.
You're
Knight
just
to c3, followed by king d2, followed by rook
goodness.
a7.
Maybe we can. I can show you what on your board.
What he should have done.
So before the check, let's see it from before the check. Rook to g2 or rook to h3, the same line that we were looking
Knight
at.
d2.
Take on g3.
And rook to the 7th.
Right. And now check.
Yes, king to e2.
Check.
King to e1.
And now the only move is g3.
So I take
Rook
a
takes,
bishop.
and I take the knight.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay, that is extremely difficult.
This is some study-like
to figure
defense.
this out.
That's a hidden gem right there. Let's get back to the current position, rook e1. And you're saying knight c3.
Knight c3, both of them, knight d2, knight c3,
Knight
both
d2,
of them winning.
I was wondering what was the difference. Both are winning. Knight c3.
Knight c3
as well
is
as
just a bit
knight
more
d2.
precise, yes. But both of them are winning right now.
I think Hikaru is just trying to figure it out for himself why one square, D2, might be superior to C3. Sometimes you just got to pick them. I would pick the square D2 strictly from the perspective that if you then go after the G pawn, I can defend it along the third rank. So I would play knight D2 and I play it quickly. Knight D2. And Fabi went down to 5 seconds, 10 seconds. What was he down? It was
4 seconds. He made a move with 4
4
seconds on the clock.
Oof, 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 oof. Okay, we could be seeing our first victory.
Time problem.
No, pardon me. It's the second victory of Hikaru in classical chess.
The second victory, the second decisive result in the whole tournament in classical chess in the champions.
Knight C3 on the board.
Knight C3. Rook E3 instantly.
Yes.
And now King to D2.
There's a few
Rook
ways.
takes G3.
King to D2 is one of them. Yes.
Rook to the 7th. I want to trap that bishop on A7. Now Fabi, a little bit of a relief. He gets a minute. He gets 30 seconds for each and every move that he completes. A 30-second bonus.
But doesn't this whole thing feels better for black than what we discussed previously, because the knight is like much further away from the G pawn and the king as well.
But here I've got a quick question for the team.
Yes.
Knight D5 check.
Yeah, knight D5 is also winning.
Oh, well, that was...
There's a lot of winning moves. Knight D5 is one of them, B6 is one of them, King D2 is one of them.
Right. So what I was thinking about was knight D5. How are we actually dealing with this pawn?
You're not. You're not dealing with it.
Right.
It's over. Yeah. Yeah, knight D5 wins.
Ooh. So, unfortunately for Fabi's fans, B6, rook takes G3, knight D5 check is one winning idea. Knight D5 immediately, and even King D2. King D2, rook takes G3, rook to the 7th. Although, Kate, if you were in white shoes, would you be completely comfortable playing this position as white? You tell me. My bishop's trapped. I take your knight. If you take my rook, I take your pawn. And I've got a passer, and my bishop is patrolling. Would you feel comfortable? Not so comfortable, right? So maybe, you've got to look to make things difficult for your opponent.
By the way, if we can just quickly switch to the game of Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan, because there it looks like it's going to be end very quickly. Tatev managed to push her pawn to C3. Now rook D2. Alice Lee will be forced to make trades. And that's game over.
That's not fun. Yeah, Tatev's no...
You have no checks.
Yeah.
Queen E1 is coming, and that's game over.
That's it. Yeah, we've been... we'll probably see a handshake there. By the way, knight D5 check was Hikaru's...
Maybe we can see a split screen of both of these games right now, because I have a feeling we might see
get handshakes
resignation in both games at the same time.
Rook takes G4 on Hikaru's agenda. Rook takes G3, B6, and that's a passed pawn.
Yes, right now we're looking at the Hikaru game on the analysis board.
And what is...
versus Fabi.
I see Tatev. Tatev is about to play Queen F5 check, is she not?
Yes. Now Queen F5,
now
forcing...
We switched.
But it's a forced checkmate.
Actually, Queen E2, even stronger. Queen
it's
E2,
forced checkmate.
That's a forced checkmate, and we will see handshake.
Let's see a split screen of both
forced
of
checkmate.
these games.
And there's the handshake. Here. So we picked the right one just in time. Congratulations to Tatev, as she makes one of the most stunning comebacks.
Go to the other one now fast, because we're going to see a handshake in that one as well.
In the American Cup history, I want to say. And we're going to see another fast handshake coming up to Rook G2, King C3.
I don't think you can stop that pawn.
White is promoting first.
Yep.
And that's a that's a winning advantage.
Truly. Wow. Let's face it, Fabi just got outplayed in this ending.
Yeah.
He got an ending that Hikaru just felt much, much more familiar
Well,
with.
he just made that one mistake, right? King e7, after which everything was starting to go south.
But everything was about the clock. From the beginning to the end, it was all about the clock as well. That was a huge problem for him. King to c4. And, you know, outplaying both can be in a position, but also on the clock.
Sorry, say that again, please.
Well, you were mentioning that he got outplayed,
yes.
right? And perhaps not necessarily fully on the position, because he did get into a position where he could have made a draw.
And we have a handshake.
And that's the handshake right there.
That came fast. I mean, they were within like 5 minutes of one another. That we've had 2 decisive games in the classical
Nakamura
chess.
winning the first game of the match.
Impressive victory by both Tatev and Hikaru. Congratulations. And wow, once again, for Alice will have 2 lives. So should tomorrow Tatev make a draw, then we will be seeing a playoff. And once again, reminding our viewers about the head-to-heads.
Tomorrow, Tatev Abrahamyan with white pieces against Alice Lee. She has 2 wins, 5 losses, 5 draws. It will be a difficult match, but to win the whole match, she only needs to make a draw.
I'm fast. This was a graphic before today's game. I think Tatev is going to be 3 wins, as the players are just
they're still discussing
the game. And their game tomorrow, they're going to flip colors.
This time, Fabiano Caruana is going to have the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. And here, it's more equal, 8 wins, 10 losses, and 39 draws.
I'm going to claim that this is an old graphic. And it's actually 8 wins, 11 losses now.
There's starting to be a bigger difference.
Wow.
And Fabiano Caruana will have to make a draw.
No,
will have to make a win
yes,
to
yes.
tie the match.
He needs to win with the white pieces. Must-win situation for Fabiano to force a tie breaks. And Hikaru still has an extra life.
Yeah.
So,
well, we're hoping that Eric Rosen
Hikaru
will catch up with one of our winners just to share their enthusiasm. But
let's
before
make
that
Eric
happens,
work a little bit longer. Maybe both the winners. How about that? How about both of them?
We'll put our top agent on it. Cristian, your views on these games?
Yeah, I have to say, Hikaru impressed everybody, I think, with his opening preparation.
Me too.
Very good line. Put pressure from the get-go. Fabiano, great defense.
He defended very well.
Great defense, I have to say. But unfortunately, he was always falling behind on the clock. With 2 minutes to calculate that variation that I just showed you, with G3 and Rook takes
very
D2,
nice.
it's so difficult.
Right.
It's so difficult.
At
Once
the
you
very
make
end.
a mistake, you give that check, you allow the king to go on C2, and after that, with 4 seconds, unfortunately made the fatal mistake. But it happens. He will have the white pieces. He has a chance to stay in this match, but it's going to be very difficult. Yeah. Let's take a look at the results from today.
We don't say this often about classical chess.
So Hikaru Nakamura won with white against Fabiano Caruana, and in the women's section, Alice Lee lost to Tatev Abrahamyan. I believe this is the first loss for Alice.
Yes, in the classical.
In the classical game in the tournament.
Absolutely. And I'm looking to Ben Underwood. I'm going to come to Ben's home and ring his doorbell because he told me the probabilities. This was very, very, very unlikely.
And Eric Rosen is with the winner of today's game, Tatev Abrahamyan.
I'm joined by Tatev Abrahamyan, who just took down Alice Lee in their first classical game. Congratulations, Tatev.
Thank you.
How do you feel about the game?
I thought that I was better the whole game, but I think I let it go at some point, and towards the end I got down on time, and I was ready to repeat it. I thought that should be practical. There's no point of me keep going, and then she blundered, so I kind of got lucky at the end.
Can you explain your choice to go from King's Indian, which you played against Alice, your previous game, to now a very polar opposite opening, Queen's Gambit declined? Were you just trying to be more solid?
I mean, I played both openings, so why not?
Okay, fair enough. Did you do any more YouTube binging last night, or did you just move on from that?
Not as much. I usually, when I'm home alone and I'm doing something mundane, like cleaning or getting ready, like I always have something playing in the background. But I actually left my laptop here yesterday and I didn't realize until I got home, so I couldn't prepare it last night. So it was actually nice because then I just slept a lot.
Maybe a blessing in disguise.
Kind of.
During your chess games, do you ever like lose your train of thought and have like a song or video stuck in your head? I sometimes struggle with this myself.
Yeah, sometimes my mind just wanders off. Sometimes like I have to force myself back into the game. Like I always have like something else playing in my head at the same time. But it's very annoying when you have one song stuck in your head because it's just on repeat. You just can't get rid of it.
So what are you going to do tonight, given that you just need to draw tomorrow to force another playoff match against Alice?
I don't know, probably take it easy, mostly prepare a little bit. I mean, she's in a position she's the one who has to play for a win, but I think we'll get a fighting game anyways. I don't think we're going to have a quick draw tomorrow.
And I also want to ask, because the Fabi against Hikaru game ended around the same time that your game ended. Were you watching that game at all, and do you have a favorite in that match?
I did watch it. It ended right after mine. So as soon as I was done, I just looked at their screen, and then 30 seconds later, yeah, I do have a favorite in the match, but my favorite's not doing too well at this moment.
Okay, so maybe we can guess who that is. Well, I'll let you go. Thanks for joining. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you to Eric, and congratulations, Tatev. Just an absolutely incredible turnaround for Tatev as Alice in this position. It was a tragic highlight. Alice is thinking, okay, she's really, really solid, but this move, rook takes f3, completely rocked her world. The whole point was that the pawn on f3 is defending
that
the rook on e4. And after this check, queen takes, it was smooth sailing.
There's just so many light square weaknesses around that white king.
Absolutely, and that's pawn number 2. And again, it's not just pawn number 2, but there's no counterattack. There's just nothing happening. Black's king is absolutely, absolutely safe. Tatev went on to win the game, inflict the first defeat on Alice Lee in the entire tournament. So, wow, what a change of fortune. And the other game, there was a beautiful opportunity that Fabi missed at the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was trying to find out ways, of course. Once you give this check, it becomes even more difficult to calculate absolutely everything. Before the check, he could have went for this rook to g2 or rook to h3, both of them just simply attacking the pawn on g3, but it's so difficult to calculate because you go knight d2 defending pawn on e4. You allow this rook takes g3, and it seems like you're just losing the piece, right?
It's trapped.
That's it. The bishop is trapped, right? You go bishop c8, rook to c7.
It's trapped.
You can basically resign. The only way to stay in the game is to start giving up checks. Rook to g1, only move. Rook to g2, you can start with g3, but it's not that clear after knight to f3. Definitely very difficult to calculate. Rook to g2. And now we were like, okay, what do we do now?
We take on d2, right? We take on e4.
You give another check, king f2, that's it, game
resign.
Over, right? You resign. But you have this incredible resource, g3, and after rook takes b7, guess what? The rook cannot really come back to defend on the g file, so you just simply pick up the knight. You don't spot this, and that's it, game over. You just simply miss it, you make the move that he made, and you lose the game. And we do have Eric with Hikaru after that incredible game.
I'm joined by Hikaru, who just took down Fabiano in their first classical game. How are you feeling, Hikaru?
Yeah, it's a pretty good result. The way I got there was a bit of an adventure. I mean, I think this opening was very pleasant for me. We played another Catalan, and then I think I kind of let Fabiano off the hook a little bit when I traded the rooks on d7. He got this anchored bishop on b5. I think if I'd played rook c4, I would have been substantially better. I don't want to say it's like winning or anything. And then I thought the game was going to be a draw, but he put the bishop on this a6 square. And it looks very natural, but as soon as he does that, it becomes very complicated. I haven't had a chance to look at the game after that, but I thought I played relatively well. This f5 move was ridiculous by me. I could have traded and gone king e3, and I kind of realized this as soon as he played the rook h8 move that I had messed it up, but luckily I kept my wits and I found knight b1, and I don't know if it was drawing or it was winning, but it was very hard for Fabiano to play at any rate, and I kind of converted. I mean, I found this knight d5, this endgame, and so it felt relatively smooth. There was never any major danger, so I'm pretty happy.
And you did something very rare that not too many players can do against Fabiano. It seemed like you out-prepared him in the opening, got the early time advantage. How much time did you spend preparing chess yesterday versus relaxing?
Well, I mean, I came to this tournament with a plan, and it is to play old man chess. You know, anybody who's over the age of like 50, they like to play all these fianchettos with G3, Bishop G2 against anything. And so I had kind of prepared this prior to the event. It wasn't something specific to yesterday or today. And Fabiano kind of fell into it. I mean, he could have played the same line, in which I would have had to change what I did versus the previous match, but I think, you know, it's a solid opening, and you kind of just play the game, try to get a small edge, and old man chess sometimes works.
Now, I heard on the broadcast, Cristian was saying this earlier, that you ran into Fabiano last night at dinner. Can you reveal what restaurant you ate at?
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, we ran into each other at the restaurant Yellow Belly, which is right here in the Central West End. That's the first thing. But second thing, I did my research just for everybody who's watching the previous broadcast, and hands down, the best sushi in St. Louis is in Afton. It's this place called Hana. Easily the best sushi I've had in St. Louis, not even close, whether it's here, out in the burbs, #1 by a country mile. So just wanted to clarify that since I
was going to ask about that.
So easily the best sushi in St. Louis, highly recommended. But yeah, we ran into each other last night. I mean, I think Fabiano eats there pretty frequently, but more for me, I was just going to order some Uber Eats and just chill, but then my stepfather, he wanted to kind of go out to dinner, and it felt like, you know, he's here for me, so I thought, why not? And yeah, so it was kind of happenstance, wasn't too shocking, but I mean, I think at this point we've all seen each other a million times, so it's not that big of a shock.
I wanted to ask too, because you guys have seen each other at so many chess events over the years. Are you guys friendly, or do you consider Fabiano a friend?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really generational. I think at this point, those of us, I feel like there's a big divide. Those of us who are near the top before the pandemic and those who have risen since the pandemic. I think certainly Magnus, Fabiano, and myself were basically the top 3 dogs, at least by rating. Of course, there are people like Nepo, who I think still has a lot left in the tank. But certainly at this point in our careers, we're on pretty good terms. So, I mean, I wouldn't say we're like best friends, but I think we have a lot of respect for each other. And it's always a pleasure to be at the same events with Fabiano or Magnus.
Well, sounds good. Thanks so much for joining. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric, and congratulations to Hikaru. I think he played a really, really good game, and also for the Uber Eats tips. That was really, really good. Tell us about the head-to-head for tomorrow, Kate.
Yes. So in the women's section, we will have Tatev Abrahamyan having white against Alice Lee. Remember, she won the game today, so tomorrow she only needs to make a draw. And in the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana with white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura.
He needs a win tomorrow to stay in this match.
A win. 28.04 for Hikaru on the live rating list. He's pushing his rating above that 2,800.
That was a very juicy win when it comes to rating points, right?
Very juicy.
He's the only one that got the victories in classical, so he banked a lot of rating points in this one. Yeah. He lost a few with Mishra, but still,
because of the draws.
This is absolutely an amazing result for Hikaru, and tomorrow the onus is on Fabiano to prove his mettle and try to win that one with the white pieces. Let's see how we're doing on the predictions.
Eric Rosen must be very happy.
We might as well. Eric is doing well.
Let's flip to the next screen. Where do I stand? Ooh.
Yeah, that's enough.
Cristian, that's enough.
Game of skill.
Game of skill. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends we're hanging out tomorrow. We'll see, can these players force a playoff or not? Good night from St. Louis. I was expecting a good night from St. Louis, but...
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.